So let's go into the handle click, and we're going to do window dot. So we're going to redirect the user to that endpoint. So I'm going to get the window dot href. Sorry, not hr location. The location dot href. This is going to direct to the endpoint. If you go into this localhost, remember we have API / auth / Google, and this will take us to so that's what we're going to do here. So I'm going to do that here. So to get the localhost API, remember in the env we set localhost 8000 API. So we're just going to get that, and that is also inside the base URL. If you open the base URL, you can see the base URL here. So I'm going to import that. So let's import this here. Base URL, and this is going to be /auth / Google. And let's import the base URL. So after you set this up, that is all we need to do on the client side for Google. And if you scroll down to where we have Google OAuth failure, this is the callback which we set in the backend. If you go into backend env, you should see that we set the client or the front end localhost, Google OAuth, and come back here. So this is actually a route inside the client for the Google OAuth failure. And also the path, if you go into the route folder and you click on common, click on just click on route path, we should say the Google OAuth callback. So this is the path. So this will handle, so Google OAuth, let me close this backend here. So Google OAuth failure there's nothing else we can do here. The only thing is just if Google failed to sign the user in, it will redirect them to this page, and then we have a button they can click to go back to login. So we're going to demonstrate this. So let's make sure that our front end and back end server is running. And let's test it out. I'm going to make sure close this, and let me go into my client, and let's try and click on Google. So I'm going to try and test this failed OAuth from Google. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on login with Google. Let me refresh. So inside okay, yeah, we connected. Let me save this, and let's try it again. So I'll click on it, and it has redirected me to Google. So I'm going to try with a new account, and I'm going to cancel this from signing up this new account. I'm going to cancel, and immediately it's going to redirect me to this Google OAuth button, and you can see OAuth failure. Sorry, OAuth failure. And you can see back to login. So once I click on it, it's taking me back to login. Then I'm going to try to log in with my real account, and I'm going to just log in with Google, and immediately this should take me to the dashboard. So this dashboard is just all this data here are just sample data. So let's go ahead and work on the sign in. So I'm going to move back to login, and let's connect the login endpoint. So let's go over to sign in. Before we go to, so let's go and set up connect the endpoint first. So I'm going to go into API, and inside the login mutation, I'm going to set this. So we have the types for the login. I've set a type already. If I go into my type, scroll down to types and click on API type, you will see login type and login response type. So this is what this is what I said. So I'm going to copy this, go into my API, and there we're going to say data, and data is of type login type. So let's import login type, and there we're going to also set the return is going to be a promise of type. Let's go back and copy the login response type, come over to type, and let me break this down here, and let's pass it here. Make sure to import this. So let's do constant response is equals to await API. So we're going to get API from, so the API is from the Asus client, and we're going to have dot post, and let's pass in the API slash auth slash Google and pass the data. Then let's return response dot data, and the error should stop. So just copy the login, and let's move into sign in. And inside the sign in, we're going to get this inside here. So let's say constant mutate, and we're going to say is pending. We're going to get that from we're going to get our mutation. So use mutation is from tensor query. So use mutation from tensor query, and let's import that. We're going to have a mutation function here, and that we're going to just paste the, so let's paste the login mutation function and make sure to import it. So let's import this from API, and then we're going to get use navigation because we're going to redirect the user to the workspace after logging in. So we get use navigation, and navigate is equal to use navigation, which is going to be from, let's import use navigation from here to outer DOM. And then we're going to use this mutation mutate inside onSubmit. So inside the onSubmit, we are going to check if pending, then return this, and let's do mutate, and let's pass the value. Then inside we're going to have command, and let's say on success, we're going to get the data, and let's add command, and on error, let's set this to error, and here we're going to console the error and throw and toast the error. Also, I'm going to do toast error message, and this should stop. So let's import toast from Shanty UI. So you can see who use toast from Shanty UI, and then inside this success, you're going to get the user is equals to data.user, and we're going to navigate. We're going to navigate the user to workspace slash user dot current workspace. Yeah, so that is it. So we are also going to also catch in, for instance, on the client side, we can have a return URL equals to http equals to slash, let's give it slash invite slash the code slash join. So we want to also capture the return URL if a user that tries to um, join the workspace has not signed in, it will be redirected to sign in on this page. So the URL will be added to the to the parts. Yeah, the part will be added to this URL and assigned to return URL. So we need to capture this on the login and check if there is any return URL. Then we redirect the user. Once the user login, we redirect the user to the path, the route being specified here. So to do that, get we're going to use constant search. We're going to use search param, and let's get the search params here, and let's say constant return URL is going to be equals to search params dot get return URL. So we are going to get that. Okay, let's go to where we're directing the user to current workspace. So what we are going to do here is we are going to decode the return URL if it was passed. So we're going to do a check, say constant decoded URL, return URL, decode URL component UI, or you said no. No. Then if this, we just do, we'll pass this here and said all this. So they should work. So let's try and log in, and we should have the return URL here. And if I try to log in with this user, so this is John Doe, and I'm going to just click on sign in, login. Oh, and let's go back first. So let me add the return URL slash invites. So let me get the part here from route invites. Now let me just put anything here. And let's copy this and reload this. Then I'm going to go back to my sign in. We forgot to add in the login, the loader. So on login, we're going to add in the loader here. And let's first set this is disabled. Set to is pending. Then we're going to set this loader here. So it's pending loader. We're going to get loader from Lucy React. We've already installed that already. So Lucy React, and we have animate spin to rotate the icon. So let's save that and let's try it out again. So I'm going to reload this and let's sign in with login. And you should see it has taken me to this invite workspace page. So this is great. This is great. So let's go ahead. Let's go back. And if we remove this URL and immediately I click to login. So let me remove this and reload this. Yeah, so it's taking me to workspace. So now we have the workspace here. So let's go over and work on the sign up. So I'm going to go back to my login. I'm going to go to sign up, and let's connect the sign up here. So we can go to our API inside the loop folder, and let's go to register. And if we go to the type, we have the register type here, and so I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to set data passing the register type, and let's import register type from API, and then we're going to just say await. So I'm going to just remove all this await API dot post slash auth slash register. I'm going to pass in the data here. So let's use this. So I'm going to use register, and let's go back to the let's go to the sign up page. So click on sign in, and let's copy this mutation here, and let's go to sign up, and let's just paste this here. So we're going to also get the use navigate. Is equals to use navigate, and let's import the use mutation from Tanstack query, React query, and we're going to change this from login to register mutation function, and let's import this. So let's import this from API. Then we are going to check if it's pending, return. First, we're going to call the mutate and pass the value. Then we're going to navigate back to login, and we're going to throw error. We're going to throw the error here. We're going to call a toast if it fails. Then let's go scroll down to where we have the submit, and let's have disabled here. You can set this to is pending, and we're going to display the loader here. So it's pending loader, and then class name animate spin. So I think we are done with the sign up. So let's test this out. Let's create a new user. So I'm going to say let's have the password here. So I'm going to sign up here. So let's sign up. So I think there's some issue here. Let me reload this again, and let me look at the submit button. Okay, let's import loader from Lucy, and let's make sure everything is okay, and let's try it again. And let's sign up. Email already exists over to sign up the user. So let's try with a new user here. Let's say and immediately it will take us to the login. And if we try with if I try and log in with the user, we just register and it should load us in. So this is great. This is great. So I noticed the workspace URL, the current user is not being passed here. So let's go back to login and then let's go to unsubmit. So let's try and console this dot log user. So I'm going to inspect. Let me go to network and let me try and log in with the user again. Lucy Gates. And let's log in. I think we're getting this wrong. Okay. I think I know where the issue is from. So I'm going to let's move to a better view to view this well. So I'm going to go into my localhost point, and if I try to log in, you should see that we have some list of workspaces here, and it's redirecting the user. If the ID didn't match any of this, it's going to redirect the user to the workspace that match here. So that's why it is having that issue. So so this is working already. So let's go ahead and fetch all workspaces here, and this should fix the issue. So let's go back to our code and let's go on and work on all workspace here. So we're going to show all the workspace this user have. So I'll go to my API. So let's close this and let's go to components. So this is going to be in the sidebar. So let's go to sidebar. And if you look at workspace switcher, so click on that and this is it. So you can see we have some workspace I set here, and this is just dummy data, and this is a check and redirect the user to a workspace from the list. So let's close all this sign up and let's go ahead and call this endpoint. Let's go and set this endpoints. So scroll down. So before we work the logout, we're going to also do the logouts here. So let's just switch and let's work on the all workspace. So let me move this up and let's work on this. So this is actually going to be a get request. So what we're going to do is let's set this to async here. And we're going to let me bring this down here. And let's have the promise. And we're going to set this to all workspace response types. I'm going to import that so we can find it inside. So I'm going to go into where I set it. If you go into the API type, so scroll to where you have the workspace type, and we can see the all workspace response here. So just select this and copy that and bring it inside here. And let's return. So let's call constant response. This is going to be equals to await API dot get workspace slash all, and let's return a response to data, and this should fix the error problem. So let's copy this. Get all workspace user is a member in. So if we copy that and go over to our workspace switcher, inside here we're going to use query use query from constant query. So I'm going to constant data. We're going to get is pending, and let's say use query from constant query. Let's say the query key, call this user workspace. Let's say user workspaces. We're going to say the query function. This is going to be, so we're going to set the get all workspace query function. And then let's say state time, set this to 1, and refresh amount true. True. Yeah, so we have done it. So let's get the workspace here. Say workspace data workspaces. So let's remove this. And now let's fix this. So I'm going to let's remove everything here, and let's do like this. Workspaces.length. So remove everything. Constant workspace is equals to workspace. So we need to get the ID of the workspace. So I'm going to get the ID. Okay, we already have the ID. We're getting the ID from the use workspace ID, which is just to get the param. So if you say if workspace ID, then we'll say workspace workspaces.find workspace dot underscore ID is equals to workspace. Then else we're going to pick workspaces index 0, and we're going to also say if workspace, then we're going to set the active to workspace. Then we're going to say if not this, then redirect the user. We're going to redirect the user to the workspace and the workspace underscore ID. So this workspace type, we need to change this to underscore, and remove this plan here and set this to name string. Then we need to set here all the, and this should stop the warning. And this we need to change this to underscore ID. So we are done with this. So let's scroll down to fix this issue here. So I'm going to remove this and set this to free. And then we are going to, let's fix. So let's scroll down here, and this should be, let's put a question mark here because it's possible undefined. We can just set this to or empty array. You can set it like that, but I'm just going to remove it. And let's change this to underscore ID. So this should be after the label of workspace. Then set this to underscore. So I think that is all. So the last thing we're going to do is to show the loading here. So we're going to show the loading at this point here. So just look for the drop down menu label. Let's paste this here. So it's pending. Just show the loader. Yeah. Then lastly, we're going to show no workspace selected here. So to do that, we're going to check if the active. So I'm going to collapse this, and this is the sidebar menu button that holds uh the the active. So I'm going to say active workspace. Then if active workspace, let's open this, the fragments, and let's move this inside. And let's say else we are just going to say div. So we're going to have div. So just copy this as the same thing here. Div grid flex one, text left, text small, leading tight. So this is exactly the same thing. Then copy this too. Yeah, you can see it in our workspace selected. So I think that is it. So if you try to log in, the way ID should appear on the URL. So let me try and log in. And we should see the read login there. So the way workspace ID is showing on. If you click on this sidebar, you should see the list of workspace for John Doe. You can click to switch between different workspace. So that's it. So we need to handle our current users. So the user, when they're signed in, they can access this page. And if they are not signed in, if they're not signing, then they'll be on this page and can navigate to the workspace. They can navigate to the workspace dashboard. So let's go ahead and handle this. So I'm going to let me clear all this here, and let's go back to login. Then let's go over to workspace, and let me clear everything here, and let's go to the current. We're going to work on the current user. So we already have the endpoint. If we go to API, we can scroll up and you see get current user query function, and you should see we've passed in the API. Then if you go to the hook, because we're going to set it in a hook, I'm going to go into hook API, use auth, and we should be able to see that we've been able to we've written the use query, and we set the query function, and so let's go over to the route. So we're going to handle the route here. So if you go into so we're going to handle right here. So the auth route and the protected routes. So we are going to handle if the user is logging, then user will be navigated to will be moved to the route under this protected route. Else they will direct them to the login. And also the same for we're going to do that for the auth route, but this will be vice versa. The user once they are logging, they'll be redirected to his dashboard. So let's go and implement. So inside here, I'm going to close this, and we can get the data. This is going to be equals to use auth. So use auth is from the hook. So I'm going to say use auth current user. Then we're going to set this to auth data, and let's say it's loading. we can say this. We then here we can get the user. So user is equals to auth data dot user. So this is okay. Let me say this. This can be on the side. Yeah. So now let's check. We need to check if um so we need to check if not user. Then let's return the user. So outlets. And let's remove this outlet. So else if the user is actually logged in, then we have to navigate the user. So let's navigate to so sorry guys, I need to open it. So let's import navigate from React to Auth. And here we're going to redirect the user to the workspace slash we're going to get the user dot current workspace and let's get the ID. Let's set this to replace. Then for the loading, we are going to so let's go over here and say if it's loading, let's return. So I have a component already for the loader. So this is going to be dashboard skeleton. If you go into dashboard skeleton, you should see this is inside a skeleton loader inside a component. So I'll set this like this. So this skeleton is coming from Shanty UI. If you go into UI folder, you can see the skeleton. So let's see this. If I try to let's try to go back to the login page, and you should see this is working. So let's go ahead and work on it. So before we go ahead and work on the protected route, I want to also avoid the user loader to show on the when we are trying to refresh the login page. For instance, if I try to clear, let me try and clear the cookie. So let's clear the cookie. And let me try to go back to login. So if I try to load, you will see a dashboard loader on the login page side. So to fix that, we need to avoid the dashboard skeleton from showing on the login page when trying to load the login page. So I'm going to use constant location. This is going to be equals to use location from router, and here we're going to say constant is login route or auth route. So we're going to get is auth route, and we're going to pass in location dot path. So I need to let's change this to is auth route. I think this is going to give an issue. I need to set this. Okay, let's just leave it to is auth. We can set this one to underscore here. And we'll just say and not auth route. So reason why we did this is because we want to avoid any if we go into is auth route. Inside the route part, we had a simple function that converts the auth all the auth routes to the list and check if the path name is included into it. So we want to avoid the dashboard from loading to load in all the auth routes, only in a protected route. So if we go back to our auth route inside the route, and this is the reason why we have to do this. So if we try to reload this now, if I try to reload, we should not see the dashboard showing. So if I try to log in, we should see the dashboard. If I load this, so this is not showing the loader yet. So let's go and work on the protected uh for the protected routes. We need to handle that. So inside the protected routes, we are going to do the same thing. So let's go into the auth route and copy. So let me reduce this. Let's go and copy this. Let's paste it here. Let's import use auth. And then if loading, then we're going to return the dashboard. So we're going to return the dashboard skeleton here. Then we're going to say user, if user, if the user, we are going to display the outlet, we're going to put the outlet here. And instead, we're going to navigate the user to the login page. And let's replace. So let me import this navigate first from here to outer DOM. And let's replace. So now we've been able to do that. If I try to reload now, we should see the dashboard skeleton. This is great. If I try to go over to my login, it's taking me back to the dashboard. So that is it. So we are done with handling the protected route. So we need to able to on our sidebar be able to show the user that is logging the name, the email, and the profile picture. So to do that, we're going to go into from the route. If you go into the protected route, we have inside the index, we have app layout. So if you go into app layout, so inside the app layout, if you notice that we wrap the app layout with the output provider. So this will help us to use the data from the current user and pass it down to all of the components. So inside the auth route, we're going to get this. So I'm going to inside the context. So we're going to let's close this auth provider. So I'm going to first of all get the let's get the auth route. So I'm going to say constant. This is going to be equals to use auth, and let's pass in data is going to be auth data. We're going to get error auth error is loading. It's going to be auth loading is fetching. We can have is fetching. So let's import use auth and refresh and have auth refresh. We can leave the refresh. So once you are done with this, let's get the user here. Current user is equals to auth data dot user. Let's like this. So let's go over and set the type for the context. So for the context, I'm going to remove this workspace ID. We don't need it. We say user. So user is going to be equals to user type. So if you go into the type, you should see user type here. So this is the data of the user. Once we try to get the current user, if you check your Postman, you should see that once when you tested the current user endpoint, this is the output. So we're going to show, let's put error of any is loading boolean. Let's take is fetch, refresh. Sorry, is fetching boolean. I think that is all. Let's say this to any and can set let's set the refresh here. Refresh what we're going to just say it here. Void. So we're done with that. So now let's pass this. So let's remove the workspace ID. Let's pass in the user. Let's pass in error. It's going to be auth error. It's loading. It's going to be auth loading. It's fetching. Refresh auth. Let's remove this workspace ID here. Or let's just let me comment this out. So I think we are done with the current user, able to fetch the current user. Let's go over to the sidebar and let's display the username. So I'll go into my components. Let me close everything. Go into clients, SLC components, sidebar. And let me expand this. And if I go into sidebar, I'll scroll down here and this is where we're going to display it. So let's get the context constant. It's loading. Let's get that from use what context. We have user. Let me remove this. So for the user, let's go down to where we have the user. So for the avatar, we're going to set the image or the, so I'm going to get the avatar image here, not from Redis, from UI avatar. And let me say src user dot profile picture or empty string. And for the avatar fallback, I'm going to just say username. So I'm going to get the first name split by this, get the first index and get the character 0. So I can duplicate this and set this to 1. And let's save that and we should see this what we can see JD John Doe. So let's also set the name here, user dot name, and also user dot email, and we should be able to see the user name and email. So that is it. So let's go ahead and implement the logout so we can able to log the user out. So for the logout, we're going to, so we have logout menu, drop down menu here. And if you look at, we have logout dialog where we set it is open and set is open, and we set is open to true here. If you look at it, we have the states that controls the dialog. So if I go into logout, we can see the dialog here saying that are you sure you want to log out, some message, and the sign out button, and also the cancel button. Then this is where we're going to handle the logout. So let's go over to API to set our API. So I'm going to go into the leaf folder API. And if we go into logout, we I can just remove this and just say await API dot post, and we can just have auth logout. So let's copy this, the logout mutation function, and let's make sure to save this. Let's go back to our logout dialog, and in here we are going to for the mutation here. So I'm going to, since we're not going to pass anything to the log to the endpoint, we're not passing any data here. So what I'm going to do is we can go back to logout and let's say constant, let's remove it. So it's pending. This is going to be equals to use mutation, and here we can have the we can have the mutation function here. And let's paste in the logout mutation function and make sure to import that. And we have on success, and let's set this, let's have the on success and also on error. So we have error, and if error occur, we're going to throw a toast here. So let's import toast from functionality UI, and here we're going to immediately navigate the user to the login. So let's set this to smart, and let's get the login here. We navigate constant navigate is equals to use navigate or React router jump. And then we can also set this open to false. Then if we do that, we can reload the, you can say constant query client. So we can refresh. Now we can say query client. Let's import query client from React query. And then let's invalidate or reset. Let's reset the query for auth user. So I'm going to do that here. We say query client dot reset queries, and let's pass in the query key. And the query key for auth, if I go to use auth, say we have auth user. So I'll go into my dialog and let me pass it here and save that. So let's copy the is pending and say if is pending, dot return, and let's say mutate. Let's pass in the dependency here. Then let's go down to where we have sign out. I'm going to pass in a spending, and let's import the loader from Lucy React and set this to disabled spending, and let's save that, and let's try it out now. Make sure the server is running, and let's go here, and I'm going to reload this, and let me log out this user. So I'm going to click on done and hit logout, and you can see the dialog. So I'm going to click on sign out, and immediately we are brought out to this. If I try to go to Workspaces, it's going to take me back to login. So we are done with this endpoint. So the endpoint we're going to work on, we're going to implement is being able to get. So if I log into John Doe, being able to fetch the database, the workspace data based on this ID here. So we can also use that to make sure the user accessing this workspace is a member. And if it's a member, then we return the data for the workspace and display it. But if not, then we can redirect the user back to their own current workspace or to the login. So let's go ahead and. So to do that, we're going to first of all, let's go into our API, and let's set the API for get workspace by ID. So here we're going to pass in the workspace by ID. We're going to pass in the workspace ID here, which is going to be string, and this will return a promise for us of type workspace by ID response. So I'm going to import that, and I'm going to show you. If you go into that, you should see this workspace by ID is under the workspace type, and this is going to be the workspace type and the member. So workspace type, if you go scroll up, you should see workspace type here, and this is the member added to it. So let's go into the API, and let's create this. I'm going to say constant response is equals to await API dot get workspace slash $sign workspace ID, and let's return response data. So let's copy this, and let's go ahead and we'll create a hook. So I'm going to create a hook to use that. So inside my hook, I'm going to create uh inside API, I'm going to create get. You can use get workspace, so you can, it's already there. Use get workspace, and inside here we're going to use our query param. So I'm going to first of all say this will require workspace ID. Okay, and let's tell that to string, and let's say constant query is equals to use query, and let's set the query key. The query key is going to be workspace, and we're gonna add the workspace ID here. So we're going to get a query function. Since we're going to pass uh we want to pass argument to the workspace to the query function, so we're going to use the callback f function. So we're going to say, and let's call this and pass in the workspace ID. So let's import this from lib API, and then we can set this to 0. We try, we can set it to 2, and we can have enable workspace ID, and let's return query. So we are done with it. So let's go and use this inside the context. So that's where it will be handled. Now I'm going to go to the context for auth, and below the user we are going to go for the workspace. So I'm going to take this up and let me move this to the top. We are going to enable this because we're going to have to get the workspace ID. So I'm going to say constant. This is going to be equal to use, and let's pass in the workspace ID. And then we're going to have the data workspace data is loading. It's going to be a workspace loading. We have error workspace error, and we can also have a refresh with refresh, or let's use refresh workspace. Let's import the use workspace get workspace query, and that should be it. We should also add the type here for workspace. Your workspace, it's going to be a workspace type, and we should also add the refresh. So I'm going to say refresh uh, workspace, set that to void. Then we can get the let's get the workspace from the data. So I'm going to say workspace equals to workspace data workspace, and there we're going to pass in the workspace, and there we can have the workspace error and also workspace loading. Or we can just simply just set this to auth loading. Auth loading, and then workspace loading. Yeah, I think I made a mistake here. And we have the refresh workspace. So that is it. So yeah, we need to use the user thread to confirm if the user is actually a member of this workspace. So I think I need to fix an error here. Oh, okay, it's loading. So let me set this out onto it's loading. Now that will fix the error. So we need to check if the user is a member, then we're going to redirect the user to the login. If not, we're not going to do anything. So let's just go ahead and do that. So let's check this. If when we console this, we are seeing the access unauthorized. So let's check if this have access unauthorized, then we're going to redirect the user to the login. So let's do that here. So I'm going to say if workspace error and errors workspace error dot error code. I think this, let me check. say your name. I think this is not giving me the error code. So let me get error code. So I had to comment this out. So the problem is coming from ASUS. So to fix this on ASUS, we can go over to API. We'll go over to ASUS clients. Also, we can also track this here if you want to track it at this point. And instead show, we can come over here and let's say if data.error code access unauthorized, then we direct the user to the slash to the login. And if you can see, it will redirect the user. So I'm signed in with LucyGate, and LucyGate only have my workspace. So I'm going to go to my Postman and copy the workspace, which is not from, which is for Gendo. Gendo. I'm going to go over and I'm going to remove this workspace, paste this one, and click on enter, and immediately it will take me to login and redirect me back to the user uh, own workspace. And if you click here, you should see my workspace has been selected. But to fix it, to be able to solve the problem of that error code not being seen by ASUS, we have to refactor the error being sent to the widget, promise widget. So to do that, I'm going to create a constant here, and this is going to be set to custom error, and we are going to destructure this error, and we're going to pass in this error here. So now we need to create the type for this error. Yeah, so I'm going to, we can create this, we can create this below here. Let me create at the top, or let's put it here. Or let me create a type instead for it. So I can create a type here, call this custom error type. So type.cs, and this should be, let's change this to type, or let's use the interface custom error. So let's export this, and you can see that this is the error which was shown in the, if you go over to get used to the context, and you should see the error. So I had to extend from error and pass it. So let's go over here and let's import this, and then if you go over to use get workspace, we need to add this here to any custom error. And this should, if you go over to, let's go to our auth provider, and if I uncomment this out, you should see that error code is visible now. We can see the error code. So I'm just going to comment this out since we are already using the we're already using. So let me remove the so I'm going to remove all this here. So that, so we are done with that. So let's go ahead and work on the create workspace. So I'm going to let's clear all of this, and I'm going to just close all. So let me open it back. So for the create workspace, let's go over to our API, and let's plug in the endpoint. Let's set up the endpoints here. So we're going to pass in data, and data is going to be of type create workspace type. And create workspace type is already a type which I've set. If I go into create workspace type here, you should see name and description under the workspace type. If you click on, you can see its API types here. So I'm going to go back, and let's set this to constant response is equals to await API. So let me change this from, okay, so API post, and we have our workspace slash create slash new, and let's pass in the data, and then we need to return response data. Let's also set a type. So I'm going to let me print this here. We're going to set a type here, promise, the response type promise. I'm going to say this to create workspace response type. And if we go into create response type, we should see it's message and the workspace type. And workspace type is this. So let me save that, and let's go over and use this create workspace function. So to use create workspace function, I'm going to go to hook, and we should see where we specify the create workspace. So this is the hook that is controlling the use create workspace dialog, and we're using Nox to handle the open and close. You can see it's open and set open. We're setting a key, and we set the default value to false. So once we open this, it will set it to true. Then it will be like this. It's going to set it to open true, or this to true. Then if we close it, it's going to close it. So I'm going to just click, and let's go over to layout, and this is where we call the create um, workspace dialog, and create workspace dialog is coming from the components create workspace dialog. So I'm going to go into it, and it's inside the component. Inside the component, we open workspace, and you should see create workspace dialog. And inside create workspace dialog, we're able to get the hook for the open and close, and we can see we set it to shanty UI dialog. And let's go into workspace form, and this is where we're going to connect form to the endpoint. So I'm going to form over here, and let's get the mutate, use mutation. So I'm going to first of all, let's say mutate is pending, and this is going to be equals to use mutation function. Use mutation, and let's open this. Let's set mutation function here, and let's paste in our create workspace mutation function, and make sure to import that. So I'm going to import this from lib. So we're going to also import query client, because we have to reset query or invalidate query for the all workspace or user workspace. So after we've done that, then we need to also import navigate. So we have to navigate the user to the newly created workspace once the user creates the workspace. So let's go ahead and implement this inside the onSubmit. So for the onSubmit, if it's pending, I'm going to return null. So let me try and import this, use navigate here. Then we're going to have our mutate, and let's pass in our values. Let's get our onSubmit, on success, and also our on error. And for the on error, we are going to call the toast here. So let's import toast from use toast. And then on the on submit, you're going to get the data. And let's use query client dot invalidate queries. Or let's use reset queries here. And query key. This is going to be, if you go over to our switcher, inside the sidebar, the switcher, this is where we call all the users workspace. The user log in their workspace, which they're a member in. So I'm going to copy the key, go over to my workspace form, and let me paste this here. So this will reset it. Then we can get the workspace data. You can get a workspace, which is a type of workspace type. And let's close this. And unclose is being passed. So we need to also pass the unclose here. So I'm going to, so let's pass it here. I'm going to open this and say unclose, which we're going to pass from the dialog. And this is of type unclose void. And let's call it here. This should stop the error. Yeah. So then let's navigate the user to the workspace. So we're going to navigate the user workspace underscore IE. And let's go scroll down to where we have the submit button. And let's set loading here. So pending loader, and let's set this disabled. So it's pending. So let me import this loader from Lucy React. And I think let's go into the dialog and let's pass in the unclose here. And this should stop. So let's test it. Let's test it out. So I'm going to reload this. Let me log in with let me sign out from this. Let me try and log in with. So I noticed some issue when I'm trying to do this countless loading. So what you have to do, you have to go back to our API, and let's go ahead and access client and remove the return, and also remove the data access. We need to remove this. So this will only be access, will only work on the auth provider. So let's go back to the auth provider and fix that issue. So I'm going to go to my context, auth provider, and let me enable this here. So we need to enable this. I'll enable this, and let's also import the constant navigate, use navigate. And let me import this. So we've imported it. Then let me set the empty dependency here. So I'm just to navigate and workspace error. Let's check if this will cause. Yeah, so let me try and log in again. And let's try to use another workspace ID. So it will direct the user and oh yeah, because this is Gendo. So I'm going to log out to Gendo and let me try it with Lucy. Let's see get. Okay, so it works. So let's go ahead and let me log out from Lucy Gates and let's sign in with Gendo. And then let's create a new workspace. So I'm going to click on this and let's say um, sales ops workspace. Then you can give it our team, organize, sales records. So let's try and click on create. And if I click on create, immediately you can see we've navigated to the sales ops and this has refreshed. So that is great. So we are done with this. If you view this in a larger view, and let me reload this so we can see the the workspace. If I try to create a new workspace again, engineering, and I click on create, immediately we've navigated to engineering workspace and we can switch between multiple workspace. So that is great. So let's head over to our code and let's work on the next endpoint. So let's work on the edit endpoint. So if you go over to settings, click on settings, we should see the edit and we should notice that we are not showing the data. Sales ops is not displaying here. So we have to display this here and also display the workspace data inside. So then we make the button to update the workspace functional. So let's first of all go over and work on this first. So let's go over to our pages. So I'm going to clear this and let's go to pages and let's go to workspace, then go to settings page. And in the settings page, you will see we have workspace header because we had to reuse it on the members page. If you go to members page, we also specify this workspace header. So let's go into workspace header. And inside here is where we're going to call this. So since if you go to auth provider, remember we are passing the workspace from the endpoint. So I'm going to go back to my workspace header and let's get workspace from use auth context. And we're going to get workspace loading and we can get workspace. And let me remove this loading here. We can set workspace loading to this. And for the workspace data, we can set workspace dot name dot split space dot index 0 dot character at 0, or we'll just set this to workspace here. Then for the okay, that is it. Then the name, we can set the name. So workspace dot name, and that is it. We should see that the setting name has changed to sales up and this. So let's go over to the form to also populate this. So I'll go over to Let me close this. And if you scroll down to workspace inside the components, we should scroll and we should see edit workspace form. So click on this, and if you click on that, then we can be able to do that. So let's get workspace form. So let's get workspace from use auth context, and this will be workspace, just workspace. We don't need the loading here. So we need to set take data here and populate it to the default field here. So I'm going to use effect to handle that. So I'm going to say use effect from React, and let's say if workspace, then from set value name workspace name from dot set description, or we can say it's just empty string. Yeah, so let's add the workspace from here. And if we check this out now, we should see the data here is showing. So let's go back, let's go over to our API. So we can set the endpoint for the edit workspace mutation function. So the edit is going to take in data. So I'm going to say data and the workspace ID. So I'm going to say workspace ID is string. Now let's not set there. And let's say data. And this is going to be of type edit workspace type. And let's import edit workspace type from the types. And then, so edit workspace type is inside the type. If you check it, workspace type and the data. I'll go into my API pack, and we're going to say constant. So constant. Okay. Constant response API put workspace and workspace ID. So let's put in updates here. So if you can't remember this sample, you can check our postman, which where we tested it. You see updates. You go over to workspace updates, and you should see workspace updates. That's how you'll be able to get it. And then we need to pass in the data. So let's set it on here. Let's return response.data. So let's go over to edit form, and let's use this endpoint. Make sure to save this. And then inside the edit form, we are going to call our mutation, use mutation. So I'm going to say mutate first, constant mutate is pending. So use mutation function. mutation function here. And let's paste the edit workspace mutation function. Make sure to import this from. So after you've imported the edit workspace mutation function, then let's make use of this. So before we do that, I want to set in the query clients and also fetch the get the workspace um workspace ID. So I'll get the query clients here. So let's make sure to import query clients and then use workspace ID. And let me import the query clients. So let's go over to our onSubmit, and inside our onSubmit, I'm going to set the payload. So the payload, we're going to pass in the workspace ID and data and the structure the values from the form hook. Then here we're going to call our mutates here. So I'm going to call mutate and pass in the payload here. And once I pass in the payload, I'm going to get the onSuccess, Then I'm going to invalidate query workspace. So workspace is for the use get workspace, the endpoint to get the workspace here. If we go over to hook API, if you see use get workspace, and we set the key to workspace here. So likewise for the user workspaces we set all user workspace and the workspace switcher. So that is it. So let me go back to my edit form and let me import toast. So toast is going to display the error if there's an error. And let's save that. So let's scroll down to the bottom and let's enable this and set make sure to change yours to expanding here and set if disable to expanding. Then import loader from Lucy React. Save that. And I think we are done. So let's test this out. I'm going to let me go back to my page. Let me reload this. Let's go back. Let me go to settings. And we should say sales ops. So I'm going to just change this to sales operation. Then I can change it to sales ops here. And let me save that, and this should change. Yeah, we can see sales ops now. And this should change sales ops. Likewise, we can change it back to sales ops and sales operations here and save that. And that is it. So we are done with the edit workspace. So let's head over to work on the delete workspace. So I'll go over to my endpoint first. Let me close the hooks here and let's go to API where I've set the delete workspace function here. I'm going to get, so for the delete, we're going to pass in the workspace ID. So I'm going to say workspace ID, which is string. So this is going to give me a response, and the response is going to be a promise. And I'm going to pass in the message, which is going to be returned to us, and the current workspace. So once we delete a workspace, we redirect the user to this current workspace, and this current workspace is going to be an ID. It's going to be the ID of the workspace. So yeah, we're going to say constant response is equals to API dot delete, and we're going to say workspace slash delete workspace ID, and let's return response dot data. Why is it having an issue here? Oh yeah, we forgot to put our weight. Sorry guys, our weight here. So we are done with this. So let's go over to work on this. So to get to delete is inside the settings page. So I'll go to just go to page, go to settings, and trying to delete workspace card. And the workspace card is inside the components. Just select workspace and you should select delete workspace card. So inside the delete workspace card, we have a use confirm dialog. So this is what we're going to use to handle the open and close of our dialog, and this is a reusable hook. And likewise, the component here, confirm dialog, is a reusable dialog component, which if we go into it, we can see that it's set in. It's open, loading, close, unclose, confirm, unconfirm, and then others. Then we can see title, description, children. We can pass in the children. We can pass in the cancel text, the confirm text, and we have some default sets here. Likewise, for the use confirm dialog, we're using Nox to handle the state, and we have confirm dialog. You have the default set to false. If I try to test it here, let me try and click on this, and we should see if I move my we should see confirm dialog true. If I cancel it, you should see that it's no more in the URL. So we're using the URL to control the dialog. And likewise, we added context use so that once we click on delete, we'll be able to display the workspace name on this. We can do that. We're going to also see example on where we're trying to delete the project. So, and you can see on close dialog and on open dialog. So let's go back to our delete card and let's implement this. So we're going to replace delete test code with the current workspace name. So that we're going to get a workspace from our context. So constant use auth context, and let's get workspace. And we're going to also get navigate, use navigate. We're going to set it to navigate, so use navigate from React to Auth. Then let's implement let's first of all get the workspace ID. We are going to also get query clients because we're going to have to reset the queries for the use workspace. So import that from tensor query, and then let's get our use mutation function, use mutation and the function. So use mutation, import that from tensor query, then mutation function, delete workspace mutation function. Let's import that from our API, and then let's go ahead and then implement that on this side of our confirm. So I'm going to say mutate. We're going to pass in our workspace ID, and let's say on success, and also on error, and there we just get error, and we're going to toast this error if the endpoint throw an error. We're going to set the message to this description here, and for the on success, we're going to say query clients dot reset or invalidate. Let's invalidate, and we're going to say query key. It's going to be user workspace, so we can get that from our workspace switcher. And let's go into delete card back, and let's place this here. Then we can navigate the user to the current workspace. So navigate, and let's get that from data here. So say /workspace slash workspace ID, not workspace ID, sorry, data dot current workspace. And then to close the dialog, we're going to use set timeouts. And we're going to say on close dialog. And let's set this to 100 here. So we're done with it. So let's use the workspace. Let's scroll down to where we have this. And let's remove text scroll and let's just set this workspace dot name. So that is it. So let's head over to test this. So I'm not going to delete sales up. So I'm going to find instead I'm going to delete the text workspace. So let me select text workspace and let me go into settings and let's click on this and we should see text workspace workspace. We can see that like that. So let me try and delete. So make sure everything is server and everything is running. So let's click on delete and immediately we should be redirected to a different workspace. If you click on this, you see we have moved to my workspace and we can see test workspace is cleared. So that is it. So let's go back to our sales workspace. And the next thing we are going to do now is to implement the analytics. So on the workspace, we can see the dashboard. We can implement this and fetch the endpoint for this. So I'll go over to my API inside my lib folder and we have workspace, get workspace analytics. So for the workspace analytics, we are going to pass in the workspace ID. So let's say workspace ID, which is string. And this is going to return us a promise of analytics response type. So import this. So you should see it inside the analytics response type for workspace types. So I'll go out to my API and let's say constant response awaits API dot get workspace analytics and let's pass in the workspace ID and let's return response to data. And we can see that the data, the error has stopped. So just copy the get workspace analytics query function and let's go into our dashboard. So inside the workspace page, just click on dashboard, go into analytics, workspace analytics, and this is where we will go to. So inside here, we're going to implement or we're going to display the workspace analytics here. So what I'm going to do is to get our workspace ID first. So workspace ID is equals to use workspace ID. And let's get use query fantastic query. And we're going to set our key. Our query key is going to be workspace analytics and we'll pass in the workspace ID. Then query function is going to you're going to call in our get workspace analytics and we're going to pass in the workspace ID here. So make sure to import get workspace analytics from API and then we're going to just set. So let me add in comma here. Oh, sorry. Set it to 0. Enable we can say workspace ID. So let's get data and it's pending. So let's get analytics from here. And once we get it, we can remove all of this loop. We're not going to loop through this. So let's remove key and let's set it to is pending. Let's remove this and let's set it to total tasks. And let's set it to analytics dot total tasks. And let's set it to 0 or 0. So I'm going to copy it, duplicate it twice. And let's say it's to instead of total tasks, we're going to say overdue tasks, and then completed tasks. So inside the analytics card, if you go into it, I can show you we have title value is loading. And then we have the card from Shanty UI, the card title, the activity icon, the value is displayed here. Then the get arrow icon is very simple. So if overdue tags, then return value greater than 0. Then we set in arrow big functionality UI, red. Then up will be green. Likewise for completed tags and title or title total tags, say value greater than 0. We have analytics big up is going to be green and down is going to be red. So save that. And if we save this, we have no task currently in this any of these here. So you can see total tasks showing this. And if I click on any workspace, you see it loads and it fetches. So once we implement creating of tasks, you should be able to see all of this. So we are done with that. So we're going to work on the members page. We're going to work on invite members. So if we go into members, and we should see that we have sample dummy data here. Likewise, the HTTP, the invite member link here, but this is correct sales ops. So let's go ahead and change this and be able to invite user to join this workspace. So let's go over to our members page. So go over to pages. Inside page, click on workspace and click on members. So go into invite member and it should be brought to this page. So let's quickly get the use auth context. So let's move this here to the top. Then we're going to get workspace loader, and let's implement this. Let's change this. So I'm going to remove this, and then we're going to say if workspace, then let's say let's say $sign, window dot location dot origin, and we're going to say base route, get the base route, dot invite URL. Then if you go into invite URL, you should see that we have invite code there, invite workspace, invite code, and we need to pass in the invite code for the workspace. So I'm going to say slash, and then I'm going to replace, let's go into our base route and let's copy this invite. Let's copy this. And let's go into invite member and let's change this here. We are going to replace this with workspace dot invite code. And I think we are going to say as empty string. So that's it. So here is how to we have set the function navigator clipboard to copy this to the clipboard. Then let's go and show it's loading here. So we're going to show it's loading. So let's say workspace loading. So I'm going to and let me move this to the top. Then here we're going to say we're going to display loader here. And let's import loader from Lucy React. And loader is width 8, height 8, and image pin, place self center and flex. And if you save that, you should see that our workspace invite workspace and the invite code return. So we have been able to do that. So let's go over to display all our members. Or before we do that, let's copy the link. We are going to copy the link and go to this page and let's implement this page. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to log out from this user. I'm going to paste in the link. Yeah, let me open a new tab, paste in the invite link, and we should go ahead and fix this page. So let's go into our pages. I'm going to close this. I'm going to source, go to pages, and let's click on invites. Then click on invite user. So in this page is where we're going to handle this. So what we're going to do is to get the constant navigation, use navigation. We are going to redirect the user once we get that use parent to get the invite code as string. Then let's get use auth constant use auth. So since invite user is not wrapped inside the auth dot it's not among the layout app layout which is wrapped with the auth provider, so we can't have access to the context that is the current user. So we are going to have to get the current user from the endpoint, from the hook. So we say constant, this is going to come from use auth. And remember, we specify use auth as the current user endpoint. So if I go into it, you can see it here. So we're going to confirm if the user is logged in. We're going to say data, auth data, and is pending. So here we are going to say constant user is equals to auth data dot user. So we're able to get a user, and we'll be able to replace the return URL. We are getting the invite URL and replacing the invite code. So we encode URI components. Then let's get user, and let's first forget it is pending. Let's scroll down, and we're going to say inside the context here, let's say it's pending. We are going to show this loader, else we are going to move this div inside here. Then inside here we have the join workspace button and also the sign in sign up button. So we need to confirm if the user is if we can get the user from the current user, then we can move in, you can display the join workspace. But if not, I'm going to if not, we're going to show the button here. See link. So this we need to remove the return URL from sign up. Oh, okay. Let's leave it here for sign up. We didn't handle this for the sign up. We only handle this for the login. So we need to also get that. So I will leave it for just work on only with login. You can implement that. So I'll just focus on the login here. So we've done this. Now is to use the navigate and pass it. So let's go ahead and get the endpoint so we can, once they click on the join workspace, the user is redirected. The user will be redirected to the workspace. So I'll go to my API inside the lib folder, and we should have invite user to join workspace. So inside here we're going to get the invite code. And we're going to have promise, message, string, workspace ID, string. Workspace ID string will be returned. So let's say constant response is going to be equal to await API dot post. We have member slash workspace. We can get the endpoint from inside this. Just go into, scroll down to where we have member and we click on join workspace, and we should see the endpoints there. So member workspace, and we're going to pass in the invite code slash join, and then let's return response dot data. So we are done with that. Let's copy this. Let's copy the invites and let's go back to our let's go back to invite user. And inside here, we're going to call the mutation. So let's come down here and let's say constant use mutation from transfer query. And let's say mutation function, and let's paste this here. Let's import from API. Let's say mutate is pending, and let's say so it's loading. And let me remove this loading first. So for the mutation, for the mutate, we are going to handle that here. So we're going to say mutate invite code on success, on error, and we're going to get the error, and then we're going to toast the error if the endpoints failed. So let's import toast from use toast. And inside here, we're going to have to evaluate the user query for this user. So I'm going to let me get the let's get the client's query. You can get that here. And let's say use client's query, use query client, sorry, use query client. And inside this, we're going to say dot reset queries. And let's say query key. And we're going to get in the user workspace. And then let's move this up. We are going to navigate to the workspace. So let me bring in data here. For this it's loading, I'll set this loading to this loading, and you can see disable for the join button. So I'm going to say we have done the invite. We can invite user now. So I'm going to go back to my invite page, and then if I reload this, we see we are not logged in, so it's showing us to sign up and sign in. We can also show this to reachful, reachful. And let me just so to work fine. So let's click on login. So you can see you are invited to join a Teams Sync workspace. To show the name of the workspace, you can just add that to this. You can say WS and you put the name. So I'm going to leave it like this. And I'm going to click on login. So since the invite, and you can see the invite URL being passed here, it's encoded. So since the user since the invite workspace is for John Doe, I'm going to sign in with Lucy Gates. So I'm inviting John Doe is inviting Lucy Gates to join the workspace. I'm going to log in and to take me to this page. So now once I click on join workspace, and immediately this should take me to this page. And if we click on this, we should see sales up and we should see Lucy Gates. So we can see sales ops here and we can see Lucy Gates. So now the Lucy Gates is now a member of sales ops. So if we're going to member, we need to also list all the members here. So we can also see who is the owner and also who is the member. So let's go ahead and work on all members. So let's go ahead and implement let's go ahead and set up the endpoint for that. So I'm going to go into my API, and if you scroll up inside the workspace, you should see get members workspace. So I think this is not right. We have changed member role, so we need get member workspace. So I'm going to create that here. So let me create that here. Say export. Before that, let me move all of this down. So we have create, edit, fetch, all user workspace, get single workspace. Yeah, we have analytics here. So let's say get all workspace. Then let's get all. Okay, so let's say export constant get get members in workspace query function. So I'm going to say get members in workspace query function. And this is going to be async. We're going to pass in the workspace ID, which is string. And this is going to also give us a type of promise. And we're going to say all members in workspace response. So let's go into and we can look at it. We should see all member message, members, and also the rules. So let's go into API and let's call this so constant response. So is equals to await API dot get slash workspace plus members the workspace ID. Then let's return response dot data. So we are done with it. So we're going to copy this and let's go into all members. So to go into all members is inside the workspace settings page. No, not settings, members page. We can see all members. So go into all members, and all members can be found inside the members folder inside the components. So here we're going to implement it. So for the all members, we are going to first of all let's so for this endpoint, for this get members in workspace query, I want to make this reusable because we're going to use it inside the recent page. Like on this page, if you go over to dashboard, we are going to use it here as recent member. So I'm going to convert it to a hook. So let me go back to set to members first. And let's go ahead and create a hook for that. So I'm going to scroll down to hooks. And inside the hook, we're going to, inside the API, I'm going to say use workspace or use get workspace members.ts. Then we can just say constant RASCE use get workspace members. So close this and let's remove this return. And here we are going to let's remove the React. Here we're going to get the workspace ID. String constant query is equals to use query from constant query clients. We're going to give it a key of members and we're going to pass in the workspace ID. Then the query function we can paste in the get members workspace in workspace query function and let's pass in the workspace ID. Let's import that from lib API and let's set to infinity. And then let's return query. So let's copy the use get workspace members and go to all members page. And then here we are going to get that. So we're going to say let's first of all get the constant let's get the user first. use auth context, and let's say it's to user. Then we can get the workspace ID from use workspace ID. Then we can get the use get all members, and let's pass in the workspace ID here. We can get data and it's pending. Then we can get the members. So I'm going to remove is pending here. We can get the members. Likewise, we can get the rows. So this will give us a list of rows and this will give us a list of members. So we'll be able to do that. So then what we're going to do is to loop through this inside here. So we have is pending loading. Then we have the avatar of the user and also the name and email with a popover. So yeah, we're going to look through the members. So let's come up here and let's say members dot map member, and let's do return, and let's move this inside. So here we're going to get the name of the member with a member dot user ID dot name, and we need to create the initials. We can also use there's a HIPAA function I created to get the avatar fallback. I call it avatar fallback text, and we pass in the name. So let's view the helper function. We can use it to create the initials. So it's just similar. We can look at it. If not in the initial split map join and get the initial and show only 2 initials. So let's save that. And then we can get the color if the user doesn't have an avatar. We can get avatar color. And avatar color, we can get avatar color and we'll pass in the name. Then let's import avatar color. Let's go into avatar color and see. So I have some list of colors here, and we make a simple hash map to initial to a color index. We split, we reduce it and get the color coders. Then we return color hash and colors dot length. So this will be set to this works because this format helps because a user with a particular name can have the same color all over the app. The colors are not randomly are not regenerating once we navigate to a different page. So it's still the same color. So I'm going to save this and let's go back to our code. Then we can use this inside here. So inside the image, we're going to just set this to member dot profile dot user ID dot profile picture, and we can set this to empty string. Then for the fallback, we can just set this to initial, and let's replace and set this to avatar color. And then here we can just have the name and also the email member dot user ID dot email, And if we check this, we should see the list of member, and this is still owner. So let's go and change this. Now we can see they have different colors here. So let's go to the pop over the button. So this button. So for this button, we are going to get the member role. So I'm going to say let's drop this down, and let's say member dot row dot name. So we're going to set that to lower, because the row name is in capital letters. So let's set that to lowercase, and let me put space here, and then this is set to capitalize, and we should see the member, owner and member. Then we need to also this drop down should be disabled for member that is not user. So member, the current user can view the options for this. So I'm logging as Lucy Gates. I can't be able to change this or view this for my own account. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do a check. I'm going to say member dot user ID dot underscore ID not equals to user dot ID. And then let's move this drop down here. I should see there's no drop down here. And also we are going to work on other ones, the permission, and this will not display for members. This drop down will not display for members, so that is going to come later on. So while we are doing that, let's go back to the below here, and what we are going to do here is to set its loading. So it's loading to first here. So let's look through the rows here. So we're going to look through the rows. So inside here, let's clear all of this. And here I'm going to say rows dot map row and here we are going to do a check. So row dot name is equals to owner is not equals to owner. So we can specify owner in the list of options here. So I'm going to omit owner from the list. So let's open this and let's move one of these inside. Then we can set the key and also disable to its loading. Then we can also we can add let's remove it. So you can see that this join together. So let's remove this and let's add disabled pointed event now and gap 1 MB1. And then we're going to have our cursor pointer. So now let's set this to the row dot name dot to lowercase and let's set class name capitalize. Then for the description here, we are going to do a check. So we have the admin level versus 2. This is for owner, but we have the one we specify here for admin and the one for member. So I'm going to close this and I'm going to say if role.name is equals to admin, then can view edit tasks, budget and manage settings. Then can view edit only tasks created by them. So I'm going to remove all of this here. And I think that is all. So that is all. And also for the input, let's just set a class name. Say if disable pointer inverts null, and also we are going to set this disable to is loading. So this loading here is false. We're going to work on that. So let's check this out. We should see for members, we can view this. For owner, we can see this. So before we implement change member, so we can do that. So I'm going to log out with let's log out those secrets, and let me log in as Nintendo login, and let me go into members. Let me switch from my workspace to sales ops, and let me go into members. And you can see I can change this person. So let's implement change. Let's change those secrets to admin. So to do that, let's go and implement the endpoints. So let's do constant use mutation from task query, and let's open it and let's pass in mutation function. Mutation function. Okay, we need to set up the API. So let's go over to API. Let's go into our lib folder, API, and we're going to call this change workspace role change workspace member role mutation function. So we are going to pass in. So we are going to pass in. Let's go to there. I want to get the workspace ID, and also the data. Oh, this should be an object, and this will have a type of change workspace member row type. So I'm going to import this. And if we go into the we should say inside the workspace type, we should say change workspace member role type, workspace ID, and the row ID and member ID. That is the user we want to change the row ID. So I'm going to go into here, and let's say constant response is equals to await API dot put, and let's say slash workspace change slash member slash row. So this will be similar to what we have in Postman here. Change workspace, change member row, and we should say it's workspace change, and we'll pass in the row. Then we're going to also have in the workspace ID here. Then we need to pass the data, and then let's return response data here. So let's copy this and let's head over to all members. Let me go to all members and let's paste it here. Let's import this. Then here we're going to say mutate and we're going to say it's pending. It's pending. And this is going to be, let's say, so it's loading, so it does not clash with this, it's pending. So let me remove this, it's loading here. And there we're going to, let's scroll down. So we're going to have constants.handle select. And here we're going to pass in the row ID, which is string, and the member ID, which is string. So let's go scroll down to where we are going to plug in this on select some handle select. So for the handle select, we are going to do that inside the the command items. The command items. So I'm going to go below here and I'm going to say on select. And you know that command item is coming from command item, command group, command empty, and command is coming from Shanty UI. So I'm going to open it and I'm going to say handle select. We're going to pass in row dot underscore ID, comma member dot user ID dot underscore ID. So that is it, and we pass in the is loading here. Likewise here and here. So let's head over to and let's call this, okay. So I'm going to say not if not OID and not member ID does return, and let's set the payload. The payload is going to be equals to workspace ID. You can just say like this, and data is going to be row ID and member ID. Let's say mutate payload on success on error, and inside the error we'll get our error. And then let's call the toast. So we're going to say toast and make sure to import toast from use toast. So inside on success, we are going to reload this use workspace endpoints. I mean use get workspace members endpoint. If you go into it, you can see we have members and workspace ID. So let's import use query client. Yeah. I'm going to import that, and let's import this from Tanstack query. Then inside here, we're going to say query clients dot invalidate queries query key. We can pass in members and the workspace ID. Then we can also throw a toast of title success. description of a member's role changed successfully. Then us then set the variance to success, and that's it. So let's try it out and see if it will work. So I'm going to wait and let's go back to our team, and let's change Lucy Gates from member to admin. So I'm going to select member, and let's click on it to field 404. So I think something is wrong. Yeah, so I'm just going to change workspace member role. This should be workspace, not workspace change member. Let's confirm it's workspace change member. So let's save this and then let's go back to this page and let me reload this again. And let's change this to member to admin. So I'm going to click and it's successful. And then we can see the user is now set to admin. So so the next thing we're going to work on is to start to work on the rules and permission. So I'm going to sign up with another user account so we can. So I'm going to sign in. Okay, let me sign up a new user. Or let me log in. So I already have some user here. Let me copy this widget. Let me go to sign up. Yeah. So let me call this widgets and let me sign up this user. So I'm going to invite this user into. So let me log in with John Doe and copy the invite link. So I'll go to members. No, not to my workspace. Let's go to sales ops and let me invite. Let's go into members and let me copy this link and let's log out. Let's log out from John Doe account, sign out, and I'm going to paste the link here and I'm going to log in with billjet@hotmail.com. So log in and then I'm going to join this workspace and immediately sales up. If I go to sales up members, you can see we have Billjet is a member and Linsugate is admin and owner, and you can see the member has access, is able to see all this. So let's go and work on the roles and permissions. So Billjet can have access to change any of the members role. So let's go ahead and work on that. So to start to implement the permission, I'm going to let's log out from Jet and let's log in into the owners workspace. I'm going to go into John Doe, and if I go into John Doe, I'm going to go into sales ops and let me click on members here. So the first thing we're going to do is, so before we go, let's clear all this and close everything. Go into client and so let's go into hook and set up our use permission hook. So we're going to set up our use permission hook. So for the use permission, I'm going to RAFCE. And let's go is use permission. And let's remove the return. So inside this hook, we're going to pass in the user, and this is going to be of user type or undefined. Then we're going to also pass in the workspace. and this is going to be workspace with members type and undefined. So this type, this we're going to pass in the workspace, which is we're going to also get a list of members. So that's also below here. We're going to say constant. We're going to create a state that holds the user permission. So here we're going to say permission, set permission, and here we're going to set the type for the state is going to be permission, and let's import permission type from constant. So if you go into constant, you can see that we listed the enum, the task priority enum, and also the permissions here. So I'm going to set that into an empty array, and let's set this to empty array. So here we're going to use the effect. So constant, so use effects, and from the use effects we're going to set empty array here. So we're going to check if user and workspace. Then we're going to say constant member is equals to workspace dot member dot find member. So we're going to say member dot user ID is equals to user ID. Sorry, underscore ID. Then we're going to say if member then set permission member dot row dot permissions, and this is going to be set to empty array. Then user dot workspace. You can also redirect the user if the user does not have any permission. So we can do that, but we can go to leave that now, and then we're going to return. So we need to memorize this. We're going to use memo from React, and let's pass the permission, and let's put array of permission here. So we are done with the use permission hook. So we're going to have two ways to handle permission. We're going to create a component we can use on our page, a React component with the permission to use to block or guide a particular component from displaying, and we can also have um, a function that we can also get to determine the user permission. So to establish that, we're going to copy this use permission hook. Let's go over to context. So inside the auth, we are going to create a function which we are going to call has permission. So has permission can be a function which we can call if we don't want to render a component. So I'm going to use that here. So what we're going to do is below the use effects hook, let's call constant permission. So we're going to get permission from use permission hook. And then we're going to use permission hook require us to pass in the user and the workspace. So I'm going to pass in user and workspace, which we are getting from this from workspace. You see data workspace and user is sorting from auth data user. So once you've gotten that, we can create a function so it has permission. So this will determine if the user has permission. And it will return a boolean for us. So I'm going to pass in permission. And this should be a type of permission. Permission type from constant. And we're going to get the return boolean. And let's return permissions list that includes the permission we are going to pass. And then this is what we're going to be using. So if you let me scroll up and let's add this to a type here. So after workspace, I can just put in has permission here. And has permission, we're taking the value or argument of permission, which has a type of permission type and the return value of boolean. Then let's pass this. Let's pass has permission here. So I'm just going to pass it here. And then we are done with has permission, which we can use inside any component. So we can also create a different app, a different way of handling permission again. Apart from the has permission, we can have a component. And if you go into reusable components.reusable, we see we have permission guard. So permission guard is a component which we require us, which will have a type of the children, show message, and require permission type. So this is also the single value. So here we're going to implement it. So what we're going to do is we can get the has permission from a context here. And we can do that by saying use auth context, and we can get the has permission here. And there we're going to say if not has permission, then let's open this and let's get all this required permission, show message to force children. You can set like this. Then we can pass the required permission into this has permission. So I'm going to remove this feature. Then if this return boolean, then we can return, then we're going to say show message. If show message, we can say if you do not have the permission to view this, we can give this a style, and then let's set this to null, or we can just set this to use this instead. And this is going to be text center, text small, padding top, italic, width full, text muted, foreground. So let's save this. And then we're going to just return the children. So we can use, this is a mistake. So we can use this component to guide we can use this component to wrap in on other components. So if it's been wrapped, then and the user does not have the permission, then this component will display. But if the user have, then we can get the children. To save that, and the last method of creating, handling this permission we can use to handle the permission. We've created a function which has permission to we pass in the required permission, and this will give us a boolean. We also have permission guide, which is a reusable component to use inside each component if we don't want to get has permission from the use context. And the last one is also on this. If you come over to our lines on the browser, the settings, we want to avoid user from accessing the settings page. So members can access the settings page because if you look at, if we go over to our backend, we have the, if I go over to utils and the roles permission, you should see that only admin and owner has manage workspace, and this is simply like manage, or you can call it view workspace settings. So the members can, if you go over to members can view or manage settings. So we need to avoid user from accessing this page. We can use um, either we can use the permission guard or has or the has permission function to hide this. But if the user eventually try to access this on the browser, the routes, it will still be navigated to that page. So we need to create a higher order for a higher order component. So to implement higher order components, I have a folder which we've created, and you should see it on your own, HOC. And inside HOC, you should see with permission. So this with permission will wrap the pages. So I'm going to use this inside my settings. If I go into workspace, and I'm going to use it to wrap this default. Then before then the higher order component, we take this component, first do a check, and if the user does not have the permission, instead of displaying this settings page, it's going to navigate the user back to where we ask it to navigate the user to. So let's implement the higher order permission. So I'm going to click on with permission, and inside with permission is going to take in. So we're going to say wrap components. So it's going to take in a component which is going to be React plus components type, and we're going to also pass in the required permission, and this is going to be permission type. So inside here we're going to create with permission. It's going to take in the props of any, and let me just import this here, entire pages. Then what we're going to do is we can get this from the user and has permission from the use context, auth context. User has permission, and it's loading. So it's loading is for the user. Then we can import navigate. So we can navigate the user, use navigate from React to Auth and also get the workspace ID. So I think I made a mistake here. Workspace ID is going to be equals to use workspace ID Then we're going to have a use effect we use to handle this. So inside the use effect, we're going to say if not user or has permission, we're going to pass in the required permission. Then we're going to redirect the user back to the workspace page. We're going to say workspace and get the workspace ID and pass it here. Then let's just say user, let's pass in all the necessary user permission, navigate, and workspace ID. Yeah. So it's loading. I'm going to just bring this inside. If it's loading, just show it's loading here. Then we need to check again. We're going to check if the user have the required permission again here. So we're going to also do the same thing here. So the reason why we set this here is in case of like a fallback. We can also assign a fallback UI here, but we don't want it to give a glance of the page before redirecting the user to that to the workspace page. So that's why I have to do it here again. So then we need to return the wrap component here. So I'm going to just remove this. But let's leave this return here. So below, after this if statement, we can give the return here. And return the wrap components here. So once we are done with this, let's get the which components, which permission components, and let's return it here. And this is great. This is it. So we are done with this. So we are done with the hook. We are done with the uh, permission guide and the HOC. So we have different options to handle the permission in our project. So let's go. Let's go. So the first one we're going to do is to let's go to the members, all members page, and let's start with the invite member. So not all user can invite member. So let's start with invite and hide uh user that can see the link to copy. So I'm going to let's try and log in with a different account, so a members account, so we can see that in action. So I'm going to log out from the owners and let me log in with Legit. And if I go into members, not this one is the owner, I'm going to sales ops and let's go into members. And we should be able to hide this from members from saying to invite user. So everything we do is based on the permission the user has. So you can go back to backend and look at the permission. So I'm going to go to invite here, and so we're going to so we can use the permission guide to guide this component. So what I'm going to do is from the workspace loading, I will just put permission. We can import permission guide, and let's move this and this. Let's move everything inside here, and let's say show message. Then the required permission we can get, we can say the required permission for this is to permissions from constant dot add member. So we can add member. So that is the process of adding member. So if I save this, we should see you do not have permission to view this. This is great. So now the user which is build can view this. So also for this page, so let's go ahead and disable or hide all of these drop down and making this button not clickable for a user. User can change the role of a member. So let's go ahead and let's go to all member. All members. So for the all members, I'm not going to use. We may not use the component. We can use the context here. I'm going to get pass permission, and inside here we can say constant and change member and change member role. This is going to be equals to pass permission, or we're going to say permission from constant dot change member role. And let's copy this. So let's scroll down. Let's go down to this popover. And this button, we are going to disable this button here. So I'm going to say disabled. First of all, this should be disabled when this is loading. Then we can say if not can change. That means if can change is false, then we're going to disable this. We can also disable this say member.user id dot underscore id is equals to user dot id. I can do that. I think so. I think this is not wrong. So let's go ahead and go to this page, this arrow. We can say uh if can change role, if can change member role, and member is not equal to user ID, then we can show this. So this will filter to only the owner. Then likewise here is content. We are going to say if can change role, then we are going to pop over content. Instead, pop over content will be this will cease to exist. So I think that is it. If we try to view now, you should see all are disabled, but we can see all the user, but we can't make any changes here. So that is great. So likewise for the settings, if we can also do for the settings and delete. Let's quickly do for that so we can head over to work on the create and edit project. So I'm going to go to settings, and let's first of all go to settings page. Inside the settings page, we are going to wrap the settings with the using the HOC, the higher order. So I'm going to know this and say wait, or let's leave this first. Let's first of all go into the edit workspace, because if we do that, villagers will not be able to see the settings page, and I want to see that the button are being hidden. So inside the edit uh, workspace, I'm going to hide the button here. So we can get this from, let's get it from the context. We can get as permission, and we can say can edit workspace. Then we can just import, let's import permission for constant, and we can just take this and let's go scroll down. We can set this to not this. We can also do this here for this disabled, and here we can do it here. Say if can edit, then we can show the update button. And likewise for the delete. So let's go to delete workspace in settings. So for the delete workspace, we're not going to use context. We can use the guard to block it. So permission guard. So I'm going to go to where we have, this is the heading. I'm going to leave the heading there, and I'm going to wrap this permission guard components, and I'm going to move this whole div inside. Save this, and let's say show message required permission to permission from constant dot delete workspace. You can also bring this inside here if you want to. You can move this inside this div by using a fragment. So I'm going to leave it like this. And then let's go over to, so let's view this. Let's make sure to see that this user can't delete workspace. The update is serviceable, and this is not, it's just readable. So I shouldn't be able to view this settings page. So before we do, okay, let's do the view. So I'm going to go to my settings page, and here we're going to say with permission, we're going to pass the components. Then we're going to pass in the required permission. So I'm going to say permission from context dot manage workspace. And I think this is strange. So let me see. So let's fix this warning. So he said it required us to export so that the React refresh does not have issues. So what we're going to do is we're going to say constant settings with permission, and we're going to cut this out and pass it here. Then let's remove this, copy this, and let's export default settings permission. And I think the warning has stopped. So let's try to access this page. Let me reload this page, and we can see if I try to access this page, I'm being redirected to the overview page. If I try to access it now, settings, you see I'm brought to dashboard. So let's go ahead and hide the settings and also the create project. And we might do that one after we are done with create project. So let's go ahead and just hide the settings first. So I'll go to the sidebar. Let's go to nav main is where we list out all the sidebar. So here we're going to do it for here. So let's get the context constants. Use context. Use auth context. And let's get the as permission. And then we can say manage settings. And let's import manage settings let's import permission from constant. Yeah. And then what we're going to do is to hide this from the object. So what we're going to do is come down and let's structure this. Let's go manage, then put a question mark here. And we're going to put a list. We're going to say else. We're going to put a list too. And let's wrap this. So what we're going to do, let's copy this and move it inside this list. So now if this is true, then we're going to destructure this array and the settings we return as objects back to it. So if we try to view this now, we should be able to now see settings from the nav menu. So that is it. So let's log out from Villaget and let's move to. So let's quickly hide the project button because we're already here. So nav project. Let's hide the button for create projects here. So we're going to use the component. So I'm going to say permission guard, and let me enclose. So permission guard, we get permission create, import permission from constant plus create project. Let me import this. Then here we're not going to show the message, so we are just going to move this plus button here, and let's also do it for this create button here. Let's move this inside it, and this should fix it. So this user can't create a project. So this is so. Or if I switch to Villaget, which my workspace is the owner of this workspace. If I click on my workspace now, we can see settings now. If we move to settings, we can view settings, we can update. This is supposed to have a success toast. We can delete, and we can do all sorts of things. We can click on create projects. So we can go over to members and we can see the join. We can also see owner, but we can't change owner row. So that is it. So let me go over to the owner of sales ops. I'm going to sign out, login with Gendo, and let me go into sales ops here. Sales ops. So you can see the owner can view the settings, can update this workspace, can delete this workspace, and also view members, and then also change row. Can change row of this, but can enable the owners, can change his own row. So that is it for rows and permission. So we're going to also implement that once we like the edit. We're going to do for edit too once we implement. So let's go over and work on create project. So let's work on the create project. So I'll go to, if we go over to, let's come over to sidebar and nav project tags. If we click on this, let me go to sidebar. And if I click on plus here, we should see select emoji, and this will give us a list of emoji here, and we should have project title and project description. So if you look at this, the plus icon, so we have two here. We have if the project length is 0, then we display there is no project in this workspace yet. Projects you create will show up here, and then we have the create button. We also have this plus icon, which is this here on this sidebar here. So for the dialog, remember if you go over to the layout, if you go scroll down to where we have layout, you should go to app layout, you should see create dialog. And create dialog is being controlled by using the create dialog hook. So if I go into create dialog hook, we should see we are using Nox to handle it. And if you try to click on it again, click on this create project, you should see new projects, and in the URL you should see new project is equals to true. And when you close it, that should disappear. So let's go in straight into create project form. So let me clear everything and let's go into create project form. And this is where we're going to implement the form. So before we do anything in the form, let's go into the lib. Let me close this. Go into lib API and let's go to where you see project and we have create project notation. So inside here, we're going to have an object of workspace ID and data. And there we're going to have the type of create project payload type. So import it from type. And if you go into it, you should see the type here inside under the project types. So also for the response, you have promise, and this is going to be project response type. So I'm going to make it and let me import this project response type, update that, and let's say constant response is equals to await API dot post. We have start project slash workspace slash workspace ID slash create, and let's pass in data. Then return response dot data. So let's copy this and let's go back to create project. So here we're going to get the, because once we create, we will navigate the user to the newly created project. So I'm going to navigate is equals to use navigate from React to outer DOM, and then we need to get the workspace ID. So we need to import workspace ID from use workspace ID, and then we can say constant is equals to use mutation from transfer query, and let's set in a mutation function here and paste create project mutation function, and let's import this. Let's get the mutate and let's get its pending. So we're going to also okay, let's just do this first. Then for the mutates, we're going to scroll down and let's say okay, inside the console we're going to say if is pending, then return. We're going to say mutate. We're going to pass in. So let's set our payload here. This is going to equal to workspace ID, and data is equals to. So if you look at here, we have emoji and we have handles selected emoji. We scroll down, you can see our emoji picker. If you go into emoji picker, this is a search from emoji match. And we are setting the emoji here. So I'm going to go back and I have to structure. I want to pass the emoji here and then values. And let me pass the payload here. Let's say on success. On error. And error. We get it toast. We toast this error. And let me import toast. And then inside here, we're going to navigate the user. So let's get data constant project. This is going to be equals to data.project. Now we're going to navigate the user to the project and details. If you go into your route path, let's go into route path. We should see workspace details is workspace ID, project, and project ID. So that is why we are navigating user here, and we need to let's set the timer to close and close this the dialog. So I'm going to pass in the unclose here. I'm going to set this to unclose void. So once we create, we need to reload the okay. We're going to reload the all workspace, but we've not implemented all projects. We've not implemented the all projects, so we're going to keep that for now. So let me go into the dialog. So make sure everything here is complete. Let's also go to the loader create button. I'm going to set here is disabled. Disabled to is pending. And then we're going to display loader here. And let's import loader from Lucy React. Save that. And I think we are done. So let's go over to our create dialog and let's pass in and close. Yeah. So let's create a project. So I'm going to go over to my dashboard and let's click on create new project. And this is for sales up and this is the owner of the project. So I'm going to click on this and let's select an emoji. Then let me select sales. Alright, let me select this blue one and let me put sales pipeline tracker. And let's just leave it like this and let's click on create. And immediately we are navigated to the project. So we can also add success here. So the user knows that the project was created. So I can add that here. Success. And let's say project created successfully. So we can create one more project. So let's create another one. I'm going to see sales funnel analyzer and I'm going to put the description here and let's click on create. Oh, sorry, we should just change this to success. Yeah. So we successfully created two projects. I'm going to create up to 15 so we can test the pagination. So let's go ahead and work on fetching all projects here. So let's go into the lead folder, API, and let's go to get. So we'll do this before this get workspace, get project in workspace. So here we're going to pass in objects. We're going to say project ID, uh, not project ID, sorry, workspace ID. We're going to have page size. This is going to be equals to 10. And we have page number. This is going to be 1. And we're going to set the type here to all projects payload type, so you can check it inside. Okay, I don't think we need keyword and this. So okay, I said it's optional, yeah. So let's leave that there. And I'm going to also set the response here. Promise, and the promise is going to be all project response type. Then let's say constant response is equals to await API dot get slash project slash workspace. Remember, we're going to put the workspace ID here. Workspace ID slash all. We're going to put page size and page number. Yeah, so let's then return this. Return response dot data. And let's copy this. And let's head over to the sidebar. And where we have nav projects. So we're going to implement. Let's go up and let's go to. So we have gotten this. We have the use create project, and we have the use confirm. So this use confirm, we're going to use that for the delete project. And I think the delete project is here. So we need to also, we forgot to wrap the delete project in a with the permission guard here. So if I click here, view project, and this is so we can use the permission guard here. And let's move these items here with the separator. Yeah, and then let's do this now. Let's say required permission, dot delete project. Yeah, so that's it. So let's scroll up back. So what we're going to do now is let's create a state for the page and page size. So I'm going to create a state here. So I can move this up here. And let me move this use sidebar here. Okay. So here I'm going to use state. So let's import use state. Page number will be 1. For unless we want to set this to 5. And page size is 5. So let's say constant um so let's say okay, we forgot we need to also use the API inside the hook, because we're going to also use this. If we go to a dashboard similar to what we have in the dashboard, we have recent projects. So I'm going to create a hook for this. So let's go and create a hook. So it will be we use the same we can have a general a reusable endpoint here. So I'm going to just click on and let's create use dash all projects, or we should say use get projects .tx. Let me set this .txx, and let's click inside it. Let's say RFCE, and this is going to be use get projects, use get projects query to make it small. You can just say in workspace here. And this will just take in the workspace ID, page size, page number, and we're going to skip is equals to false. So we're going to use this skip to avoid user from fetching this for calling the get project in workspace endpoint. So I'm going to just go here and let's say constant. We can set the type to all payload, and let's import this to all project payload type. We have constant query. This is going to be equal to use query. We have query key, and we're going to set this to all projects, workspace ID, page number, and page size. Query function. This is going to be we're going to have get projects in workspace query function, and let's import this from API, and let's pass in the object workspace ID, page size, and page number. So guys, so when we're done with that, let's say time infinity, and there's something React query provide us with. When you try to reload the get project in workspace query function, we can set a placeholder so it doesn't show the reload. Maybe once you create a new project, instead of showing the reload, it's going to just see if this. This is helpful when we try to do the pagination, the more place. So when we click on more, instead of reloading the entire endpoint, it's just going to keep the placeholder, and then the new one will be added. So I'm going to call this placeholder data, and I want to skip this if skip is true. I'm going to set to undefined. You understand why I'm using skip here? This I'm going to use it for the recent data, recent projects. So for now, I'm going to set it to false for all projects. So I'm going to say undefined, and I'm going to say keep previous data, import that from start query. And then we're going to say enabled skip. And then I think we are done. Let's return query. I think this is showing okay. I think I made a mistake here. This should be an object. And then this should not be return. So let me move this inside here. Let me copy this. And inside the objects, I do like this. This should fix it. So we can copy this, and let's head over to our nav this unless use constant, paste this, let's import this. Let's import get project and workspace from use get project. And we're going to say the workspace ID. We've already imported workspace ID here. We're going to pass in page size and page number. So we're going to say data is pending and is fetching, is error. We can leave this here. Then we can get the projects. So if we go into get workspace query function and the all project output, you should see we have the project type and we have the pagination type. And if you select pagination type, you can see the pagination type here. Likewise, you can see the project type here. So let's go back to nav and we can just say project is data project or empty. So I'm going to remove this dummy data here. And we can get the pagination here. Say pagination data dot pagination, or you can say as pagination type. So let's import pagination type from API. And lastly, we can calculate whether it has more by saying constant has more is equals to pagination dot total pages is greater than page number. Yeah, so let me remove this. So once we have removed it, let's go down to where we can look through this. So I'm going to scroll to projects. Then inside the side menu, we are going to check if there's an error. We can display error occurred. Then if there is a loading at the first instance, we're going to just show a loader. And loader is coming from Lucy React. So let's import loader from Lucy React. And say width height, width 5, height 5, and then place of center. So once we're done with that, we are going to say if not pending. Let's say if not pending. Yeah. So to avoid this so if not pending and project length is equal to 0, then we're going to show this components here, which is there is no project in this workspace yet. Project you create will show up here. And then you can see the button to create the project. Then if you come down to where we have the map for project, we are going to, let's say project URL. I'm going to say slash workspace slash workspace ID slash projects slash item dot underscore ID. So let's change this to underscore. And the project URL is here. Now we can say project URL is equals to part name. Then it's going to set this to active. Then we have the more button. So okay, this is not the more button. This is an option. If you select the option, we should have view the view project, which will pass the URL to navigate the URL, and also the delete, which we are going to work later on. So if you go to small if you go to our small button, then what we are going to do is we are going to go to click on this house small button, and then let's bring the class name down, and let's say Let me bring this down. Disabled is equals to is fetching. Then we're going to have on click here, which is going to be assigned to fetch next page, which we're going to next page. So we're going to implement that. Then we need to also change this from if loading, if it's fetching, then to show loading and else show the more text. So let's go ahead and create the fetchness um, function here. So I'm going to scroll up, and here we're going to say constant fetch more is going to be equals to more, and we're going to say if not as more or is fetching return this. Then we can set the page size. So let's get the previous value for page size, the previous state. Then we say previous plus 5, and that is it. So let's try and check this show all our workspace, all our projects. Let me reload this. And why is it not showing? Let's check if it's working. So I'm going to clear this and reload this. I'm not able to see the API for the project here. So let's look at it. Why is it not working? Let me go into the use project. I set this to false. Project, yes. I think the problem is this should be not skip. So then realize why it's not working. So I'm going to save this. Now we can see the project here. So, and the total projections on this. So let me go ahead and create about 10 projects. So I'm going to do that now. So you're able to create, or you can look at, we're able to create project here. But I noticed that the project is not displaying yet. This is the reason is because once we click to create a project here, we've not added it to reload this all or to invalidate the all project query key. So let's go ahead and implement. So let's go into the create project form. We have create project form, and let's import the query client. So I'm going to just paste it here. Now let me import it. So I'm going to scroll down to where we have the toast. I'm going to just invalidate the query here. So I'm going to just query clients invalidate query all projects and just pass in the workspace ID. So if I try to create now, so let me select emoji here. I'm going to say cards. And this I'm going to paste to say other tracker and description, we can just say monitor and manage customer order items. So if I click on create, and then we can see all of the projects I've created. So you can see order tracker, sales tracker, lead finder, and if I try to click on more, so let me clear my inspect. Oh yeah, and let me click on more, and you should see it has increased. This is great. This is great. We can see order, invoice manager, quote generator, and we also have more here. If I click on more again, it's going to increase, and then we can see the more button. So it has changed the pay size from 10 to 15, and this is good. So let me close my network tab, and let's just click on let me click on other, and this is the ID shown here. So let's go ahead and work on an endpoint to get the project so I could display the name and the emoji. So let's go into our API, and let's scroll, and we should see get project by ID, and I'm going to set it to objects. I'm going to pass in workspace ID and project ID, and let's set the type to project by ID payload type. You can import that from API type, and then for the response types, I'm going to just move this and set promise, and let me pass in the type here, project response type. So let me just import this. Why is it not picking up? So I think something's wrong here. I can't find it. So let me just say constant response is equals to await API dot get. We're going to say project slash project ID slash workspace slash workspace ID, and then let's return response dot data. Okay, so I've used this in my create project. Okay, that's why. So let's go ahead and make use of this endpoint. So let's go into our page. We should go over to project details, and let's go into project headers. And inside here, we should see. So let me close this. And project, I will see the params. We've gotten the param, the project ID, the emoji, and we can set this and the render content here. So let's get the workspace ID from use workspace ID. Then we have constant data. Let's use query from Tanstack query. Use query, not use queries. We're going to set the query key. We're going to set it to single project. Now we're going to pass in the project ID here. Query function. And let's say get query function. And let's pass in the workspace ID and the project ID. And let me import this. Change this to single. And let's also set the slate time infinity, enable projects, then placeholder data. We can say keep previous data. Then let's is pending this error. So let me remove this. And let's get the project data. So we have the project. Then we can say projects dot emoji and then project dot name. And then we have the is pending loading and also the is. So if you look at it now, let's reload this. You can see other tracker. If I click on lead finder, we should say lead finder, document organizer, and if you change the change well. So let's go ahead and work on the edit project. And lastly, we'll work on the delete um, project. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's go to API and let's implement set of the API, that is the edit project mutation function. And this we just take in projects ID, project ID, workspace ID, and data. On this we have a type of edit project payload type. By this we also have promise. We're going to say project response type. And then let's say constant response is equals to await API dot put, and we'll say slash project slash project ID as workspace workspace ID, and we're going to say updates. And let's pass data. Let's return the data. So we are done with this. So let's go into our edit. Go to the components, component folder, and inside workspace project, you can see edit form. So click on it and let's just open this. And inside here, inside here, we need to get the project. So let's go over to project header, and we should see the edit project dialog. We need to pass in the project which we got from here. So I'm going to remove this and say project. Then let's go into the edit form. So we've passed it into the from the dialog into the edit project form. So I'll go back into my edit project form. And then inside here, we're going to use effect to set that. So I'm going to say use effects from React. And we're going to say if project. Then let's set emoji first. So project.emoji. So let me get project here. Dot emoji. Then we need to set the form, set form for our name and also for description. And then let's set this to form slash project, form comma project. And if you try to click on edit now, we should see a document organizer and the icons set here. So let's implement the mutation function. So for the mutation function, I'm going to bring it at the top of this page. And let's import query clients too. So I'm going to move query client to the top. Then we are going to also get the let's also set the project. We'll also get the workspace ID. I'm going to get a workspace ID here. So if we get a workspace ID, we get a query client. So let me import query client from start query, and then let's also import the workspace ID. Then let's go down and import the edit project mutation. So let's go down to where we have the submit, and let's set this to if it's pending, then return, then we have mutate. So let's say constant payload is equals to project ID. So let's go up and set the project ID here. So we're going to get the project ID from this. So I'm going to say, let me do it here. Project ID. Project ID from project ID. So we're going to pass this here. And we're going to pass in the workspace ID. And data is going to be emoji on the structure the value. And let's pass payload here. So inside here, we're going to have a success too. So let me say a success on success. Why is it not showing? Oh, we forgot to import the use mutation function here. So on success, we're going to have an error. And for the on error, we're going to show a toast to display the error message. And then for the edit, for the on success, we are going to query client. Um, we're going to invalidate the what they call it, the single project query key here. So I'm going to say query client, and let me change to invalidate query single project, and we just pass in the project ID. Then we are going to also do that for the all projects too. We are going to also we can reset the, let's use invalidate query here. Let me see. Invalidate queries, all project and workspace ID. And you can get this invalidate query from nav or from the hook, the all project and workspace ID. So let me scroll back to edit form. And lastly, we can also close the dialog. by setting a timer here, timeout here, and then setting it to, let's see, 100 or 500 here. I'll set it to 100. Then we can also show a toast that this was successful. Success, success, and then we say project. We can get the data from here, and they'll say data dot message, and let's try to edit. And lastly, let's go over to create. I mean, this should be updates, not create. And let's set this disabled so it's pending. And let's show our loader here. So it's pending. And let's import loader from Lucy React. Save that. And let's test it out. So I'm going to change this to document organizer, and let's change the icon from document, and let's select this one. Let's update as a project updated successfully, and we can see the emoji has changed with the name, and on the sidebar the emoji has changed. So that is it. So the next endpoint we're going to implement is the analytics. So before we go ahead, we need to also hide the edit for those member that does not have the permission to edit project. So let's go into the project header. Inside the project header, let's go to where we have this. We can use the permission guide here. And let me move this inside here, and let me import the permission guide. And let's import permission from constant and edit project. Save that, so we are done with that. So let's go ahead and work on it. But let me go to my API inside the lib folder, and we have get project analytics endpoint. So let's pass in the workspace ID, and this should be object workspace ID and project ID. Let's set the type for this. So I'm just going to set the type for workspace to ID to string. So just copy that and paste it as change this to string. Then project ID to string. Then we can just have so instead of this, let me just use the type from projects. Let's say project ID. I think this is similar to project ID query function. So I'm going to use that instead. And for the response, we are going to say promise. And this we are going to pass in the analytic response type here, similar to the workspace, what we use on the workspace. So I'm going to say constant response. This is going to equal to await API dot get, and we're going to say project slash project slash project ID slash workspace slash workspace ID then slash analytics. So let's just return response the data. So I think we made a mistake here. So this is response.data. So you're going to just copy this and let's go to our components inside the component folder workspace. Now we should see project analytics here. So we're going to implement the same thing we did for the so let's get the param. Param is equals to use param from here to outer. And we can get the project ID. So project ID is equals to param dot project ID as string, and then we can get the workspace ID here. It's going to be use workspace ID from our hook, and then we can use the constant use query, and let's set our key here. So our key is going to be project analytics and project ID. Then we're going to have our project query function here, which we're going to pass project analytics query function. And we're going to pass in workspace and project ID. Then we can also put in the display time to 0 and enable if project ID is available. Then let's get the data and it's pending. So we can get the analytics here. And let me remove this one. Let's remove this, and let me go into workspace analytics. Let me just copy all of this project analytics and let me copy this and paste it here. And this should solve the issue. Then if we reload this, let's reload this. Let me reload. And you can see that all are zeros. So we are done with this. So the next thing we're going to do is to work on the delete a project. So I'm going to go into if you go into our sidebar, you should see nav project, and if you scroll down, you can see the delete here. Remember, we add the permission to this permission guide to the delete. And if you notice, we have the open dialog for this. So this is using the confirm dialog which we use for the workspace, the reusable dialog, and we have the context open dialog and on open dialog and close dialog, and here is the dialog here. So we will to say open on close handle confirm delete. Are you sure you want to delete this and this? And if you look at this, we set the item here inside the open dialog. So if I click on delete document organizer, you can see, are you sure you want to delete document organizer? So the item is being passed into the context. If you go into if you just go into the from, you see where we're storing it in the context, and we get the context and point it out here and get the context here. So this is it. So what we're going to do is let's go ahead to our API and let's create and set the API so we can use them here, the query function here. So I'll go into my API and we have delete as a mutation. So we're going to say You're going to pass in the workspace ID. Workspace will say, let's make this an object. I'm going to pass in project ID. And you're going to also pass in the workspace ID. So I'm going to use this. Let's use this type. And then let's so this is going to have a promise of just message. So you can set that if you want. Promise or string. So let's say constant response is equals to await API dot delete slash slash project ID slash workspace ID then slash delete. And then let's return response dot data and save that. So let's copy this and we're going to head over to the let's head over to the nav. Let me scroll up and let's go into nav project. And inside here we're going to let's handle the delete mutation here. So let's say constant is equals to use mutation from constant, and we can set mutation function here. Or let's first import this mutation function, and we're going to pass in our delete project mutation function here. And let's import this from API. Let's get the data is pending. We can just set is pending to loading so it does not clash with this is pending. And here will not be data, sorry, this will be notates here. So let's copy the notates and let's scroll down to where we have the confirm. We're going to say if not context, because we're going to get the project ID from the context here. Return this, then instead let's set mutate, and we're going to pass in the workspace ID. Project ID is going to be context dot ID, and you can put command open this and say on success, and also on error. And as usual, we're going to say error here, and we're going to inside here we're going to say our toast, and let's import toast from use toast hook. And we can also set toast for the on success too. You can get data and let's say success. Data.message. So yeah, we will need to navigate the user away from the page. If the user is currently, you're going to navigate the user back to the workspace. So to do that, I'm going to I think we have navigate here. So I'm going to say um, navigate. Let me do it here. Navigate slash workspace slash uh, workspace ID. Then we're going to close the dialog once we navigate. We use set timeouts, so we can just reduce this to 100. Then we need to call the invalidate query for all the all the projects. So I'm going to say query client invalidate query key all projects, and we're just passing the workspace ID here. So we need to import the query client. So I'm going to scroll up to here and let me just let's import query client. So let's import this from Zustand query. And I think we are done with this. So let's get the loading from our delete mutation. Let's scroll. Let's set it to default here. It's loading. And let's set it loading here. I think that is it. So let's go ahead and test this endpoint here. Let's reload this. And let me delete this document organizer. So let me cancel this. Let's delete this. It's a 500. Network. Let's reload. User is not current. I think something is wrong here. Let me look at it. I think, okay, yeah, we're having undefined here. We're having undefined. We set to project ID is undefined. So let me scroll. So this, oh, sorry, this should be underscore ID. That was a mistake. So let me delete this now. And successfully deleted it. And if you go back, we are on the workspace dashboard. So we have been able to, we are done with projects, so we can see all the projects, we can view projects, we can delete projects. So that's it. So let's go over to work on tax, tax page. So we can be able to create new tax and then pass in projects, assign, list of assign, pick dates, status, and then priority. So let's go over and work on the create tax. So let's go to API and let's implement set the API for create tax. So I'll scroll down and we can see create tax mutation function. And for the create tax, we are going to have workspace ID, project ID, and data. And we're going to set a type to create tax payload. Let's import this. And if we go into create tax payload type, we should see we have the workspace, the title, the description, priority, status, assigned to, and due date. So I'm going to cancel this. And let's just constant response is equals to API dot await API dot post. And we're going to have slash tax slash project ID We have workspace ID / create, and then let's pass in the data, and then let's return response ID and response.data. So we're going to copy this and let's head over to let's go over to tags page. So click on tags and we should see create tags dialog. So let's navigate into create tags dialog, and inside create tags dialog we can see that create tag dialog is inside the tags folder under workspace. So we have tags, create tags form. So that is it. I think this is throwing an error here. Okay, on close is missing. So I think we need to change this we need to set on close for this. So let me just quickly use states here to control this dialog. Then I'm going to create a function which I'm going to call on close. So I'm going to import React use state from React. So move it to the top. And then here we're going to say open. It's going to be is open. And we're going to say on open change is going to be equals to set is open. And then let's pass the close here. I think something here. If we're going to task, and where did we get the project ID? Okay. And if you're wondering why we are passing project ID to it creates and task, so if you go into task here, task, if you see that we're not passing project ID, the reason is because this create task dialog is used in different places. It is used here, which we don't require to pass project ID because we have project ID. We're going to get the project ID from the drop down. But once we navigate to a single project, then we have new tags. So we don't need to start telling the user to select tags in project. So we'll get the project ID from this part and pass it down to you. So you can see there's no drop down for project here. So that's the reason. So if we go to let's go to project header, you should see where we pass in the should go down, you should see create tags dialog, and you can see we pass in the project ID here. So that is it. So let's go over to tags dialog, and let's go to create tags form, and let's implement the so I'm going to go back to tags, and inside tags you can see we have the tags title description projects. So we need to list the projects assigned to, and also just these two. So let's go ahead and get the list of projects and this. And so let's get the project. So remember we have a hook. So I'm going to say use get project in workspace query. So let's open that and let's open objects. We're going to pass in the workspace ID, and here we can pass in the skip. So that's the reason we add in the skip in the previous. So I'm going to add skip. So I'm going to say skip, if not project here. Project ID. If this is true. So we can get data and it's loading. So let's remove this is loading from here. And for the data, we can just set project data, projects or empty array. So now what we are going to do is to list the projects here. the Workspace project. So I'm going to just put a comment here, and let's uncomment this. So this is going to be, we're going to map through the projects dot map, and we can say projects and let's return an object here, and we're going to have label. So label, we're going to have an object so we can show the project emoji. So I'm going to say div class name flex item center gap one. We are going to show the project emoji, and let's duplicate this and set name here. Then for the value, we can just say project underscore id dot underscore id. Then we've set the project option. So we are using, for the select, we're using select from Shanty UI, and Shanty UI is using React select. I'll just scroll down to where we have project here, and you can see where we said if not project ID, then don't display this. So let's look through this and then display the project here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove all of this here, and I'm going to create a div here because I want to add screw to this. I'm going to add a class here. I'm going to say class width full and max height of 200 pixel, overflow y auto. Then we're going to add scroll bar. So scroll bar is, if you go into index.ts, index I think is it index.css, or let's say app.css, index.css. Yeah, you should see I added a custom scroll bar style here. You can see it here. So I'm going to close this. This is also the custom style for the emoji. So let me close this and let's go back here. Then we need to look through this. So I'm going to look into projects option dot map, and we have option. Then inside option, we are going to say select items. We want to, let's have a class first. I'm going to say capitalize cursor pointer, and let's have key is equals to option dot value, and let's pass in the value here, option dot value. Then we can pass in the label option dot label, and let's save that. And if you click on new tabs here and click on object, you can see this. So I think the div is not okay. Yeah, I didn't put the a here, so set it max, and we should see the scroll displaying. So we can select any of the projects. So let's also go and do that for the members, list of members. I'm going to scroll up back, and we're going to do for members here. I think we have a hook. So yeah, I'm going to get the member hook. use workspace member hook, and let me import this. So while this is still loading, I'm going to come down here and say constant members is equals to, let's check this. So let's import this thing. I think I'm making a mistake. So let me go into my hook. Okay, yeah. Okay. This is the wrong way. Use get member workspace. So I'm going to go back to create form and let me paste this here. And let me import this from the hook. Let's import this here. And then we say member data dot members member data dot members, and we get the list. So for the members, we're going to scroll down here and we can implement the member option. So for the member option, let's uncomment this here. I'll say members dot map member. We're going to and let's return. So inside here, we're going to get the name because we're going to display the avatar for in the label. So I'm going to say label. Label will have a div. Oh, sorry, this is not supposed to be like this. Label, we have a div, and then value, we have member dot user id dot underscore, yeah, underscore id. So we've gotten the name. Now we need to get the let's get the initial avatar fallback initial for the name. So I'm going to get that. So let's import this from okay. Let's import avatar fallback X, and then let's import avatar color. So I'm going to import that here. Get avatar color. I'll pass in the name. So I'm going to just import this. And inside here, we're going to have the class name of flex item center space x2. Then let's open this div and let's bring in avatar from components. Make sure to import it from components UI and not from Redux. And we say height 7 width 7. So if the member has an image, we are going to display image here. So from the user ID profile, I will pass in the name. Then for the avatar fallback, we'll pass in the class name, avatar color. We'll pass in the initials, and let's import avatar image from components UI and avatar fallback from components UI. Then we need to also show the name. So the name will be after the avatar. We use span name, and then this is it. So we are done with this. So let's go over to look through the let's go to where we have the member assigned. So we are going to look this through. So I'm going to remove. So I'm going to have div, and let me move this inside. And so let's move this here. So we're going to have members option. We're going to map through this and get option. And we're going to get return this. Let's return this and let's move the select item to the, let's move it inside it. We're going to set the key to be the option dot value. Then we have the value here, option dot value. Let's add a class name. I'm going to cursor pointer. Then we can display the label here, option not label. Then let's go up to project and let's copy the class for this. And let's come down and let's paste it here too. And once we save that, we should be able to see, if we click on new task and click on assign user, you can see all the user here. Likewise for projects here, you can see all the projects. So let's go ahead and implement the sign. So this list of status and priority is, I think, is the right one. So if you scroll down to where I have status, you can see I have status option here. If I scroll up to where I implemented status option, you can see status option is coming from so we have status list. And if I go into the task status enum, you should see inside the constant, you see the way we defined it here. This is an object here, and if we go back to that, we convert this to a list, and you see that it's now in a list. Also for the priority, a list. So now we need to transform uh this into both the label. So we transform this in a way that we convert remove the underscore and have done in review and make them capitalized and instead of all uppercase. So if you go into transform option, it is inside the helper file in the lib folder. We can see options here being passed as string. This is a list. We have icon maps here. We are going to see the reason why I added this, but it's optional. Then from the option that we map through this, get the label, the value, replace this, remove the underscore to empty string, lowercase it, and replace this and set this to uppercase. So we pass in the value and the icon. So I'm going to show you how we make this happen. You can see transform in, and we still have a separate function to transform in, and we still have format status to in, status up to uppercase, replace this to underscore. So we format it back to underscore by passing the underscore. So you should see where we're going to use both of these and also this again. So that's how we we got the status option, which is in label value, and the priority option label value. We skip the icon. So let's go ahead and create a new task for this. Before we do it, let's get the API, the mutation function here. So I'm going to bring it here. So let's do it at the top here. So we're going to say mutation function, create task mutation function. So I'm going to import this from loop API, and let's import use mutation from Dancer React query, and we have the mutate and it's pending. So we're going to let's go down to on submit, and let's implement this. So we're going to say if This is loading. If it's pending, just return this. And let's have our payload. Payload is going to be this. So we're going to say workspace ID, project ID. So we're going to get the project ID from values. If you look at this, we set the project ID here. Project ID, project ID, project ID here. So for the data, we'd look through this and convert the date to ISO string. So to string format. Then we're going to say mutate, and let's pass in the payload. We're going to have on success. On success, we're going to return this. And let's also have our on error. And then we're going to have our error. And then let's get the toast. Yeah. So I'm going to import toast from use hook. And also we're going to also toast if the user created a task successfully. So we're going to let's move the close into the success. Then we are going to also you're going to have to reload the analytics for project, because you might want to create tasks inside a project or create a task outside. So I'm going to reload the use query clients reset query, or let's just do invalidate query. So I'm going to import the query clients at the top here. So let me scroll up to where, and let's import query clients. So I'm going to import, let's wait for this. I'm going to import this now from use query clients. From tester query. And let me scroll up, go down, and then let's set this to invalidate query. So once we do the one for all tasks, we're going to come here and then add the invalidate query for all tasks. So we've not done that, so let's just try this. So let me scroll to where we have the button, and let's also set this to let's set the loader. Say if it's pending, let's show loader and disable this button if it's pending. Yeah, so that is it. So we are done with it. So let's try and create a task here. So let's click on the new task. So here we're going to write. So I'm going to set this to set up sales data model. And description, we can have let's say define a database schema, and we could just put anything matrix. Then project, we can select sales tracker, assign to Lucygate, or let's set to be Jet. Then due date, we can just pick let's say 14. Priority, we can set priority to high. Oh, we can set this is status, we can set status to do, and we can set priority to high. And let's click create. And then our task is created successfully. So let's go ahead and create a list of fetch all tasks endpoints, and I'm going to create more tasks I will display here. So let's go ahead and create the endpoint for that. So let's go into API inside the lib folder. So here for the all tasks, this is going to be an object here, and we are going to get from the user, since we're going to do filter and also pagination, we're going to get workspace ID, keyword, project ID assigned to priority, status, due date, page number, and page size. and this is going to be assigned to a type of all tags, payload type. So I'm going to import this from type, and if we go into all type payload type, you should see this here, and the keyword, all the filters are optional, both with the page number, except the workspace ID. But project ID is optional. So we're going to also have a response here. I'm going to say going to have promise, but let's paste in the all tags response type. So I'm going to import this, and so because we're going to pass undefined to the endpoints, we're going to first of all, let's set the base URL for the endpoint. So this is going to be constant base URL. It's going to be equals to, let's open this slash tax slash workspace, yeah, ID slash, oh, so I'm fetching all tags. Then we need to get, say constant query param is going to be equals to new URL search param, and then we're going to say if keyword, append keyword to this, then if project ID, we are going to append project ID to say query param dot append project ID, and we'll pass in the project ID. We're going to do for the assign to, if assigned to query param append assign to assign to, and then the key and the value. Then we have the priority here. We're going to say if priority, the same thing. We are going to do for status to here. Status. We can duplicate this and paste, and it's for due date. So for due date, then we have page number. We are going to have to convert page number to string in order for it, because query param requires string. So I convert page number to string. And for page size, similar to that, since it's a number, we're going to convert it to string. And then that is it. So now we are going to say constant URL is going to be equals to query parameter dot to string. If this, we are going to say $sign base URL, and we're going to pass in let's pass in question mark, and let's say query param else base URL. You can try other approach. Let me just, so there might be a different way you can handle this. You can try it out. So I'm going to say constant await constant response is equals to await. We're going to have API dot get URL return response dot data, and then that is it. So we're going to copy this for all tags, and then we are going to, so let's go to Workspace, and inside this tags we can see tags table. So you can go over this table and look at what we've done here. So the tags table, I'm going to click on tags table, and inside here we have the page number, page size. We have filter. So set filter, and filter is from use tags table tab. So instead of using it from Nox, instead of using different way, we're using use tag states, use query states. So because we're going to handle multiple states on the URL. So I'm going to cancel that and let's record the column, get column and pass in the project ID. So now I'm going to just say constant. This is going to be equal to use uh, query from master query. You're going to have in the query key here. And the query key is going to be all dash tax. Let's get the workspace ID. Okay, we've not gotten the workspace ID, so I'm going to get the workspace ID here. And let me import this. So let's see a workspace ID here. This is going to be the type. Say page size, page number, filters, and then project ID. So this is just for the key. And now we're going to do the query function. And this is going to be our get, sorry, get query, get all tags query function. Let's import this. And inside here, we're going to pass in the workspace. Keyword is going to be filter dot keyword priority um, filter dot priority. We have status, filter dot status. We have project ID. This is going to be project ID or the filter dot project ID. So this is going to, the reason why we add project ID from here is in case we are in the project page, we are in a single project, we can, instead of filtering by this, we are going to just get the project ID because we're not going to show, if there's a project ID here, we're not going to show that in the column. Right, if we are viewing a single project page, simply the task column, the columns that has project will be hidden. But if we're on the all tasks page, then we see the projects. So I'm going to assign to filter to assign. So this is going to be assign ID here, page number, and page size. And then let's end this with times 0. So let's get the tax. So I'm going to say data, and let's get this loading. Let's import tax type from API type. And then we're going to get the total count from pagination. So if you go into data, pagination, total count, and 0. So if you want to see that, you can go into tax. This is a tax. Then let's go into all tax type, all tax response. You should see all of it here. So for the page, we have done for page and page size. So let's pass the tax in the data. And let me pass its loading here. So let me save that. And we should see and once it's load. So I think there's an issue here. Let me inspect. network. Let me try and then click catch and reload. And then we can see our data here. We can see the project, we can see the title of this task, the assign, the date, the status, and the priority, and also more options. So let me go into my column and let me fix this. Go into column, and column is from, you can see table column. And I'm going to, well, so all this here, but the status, the height, the priority is inside the column. You can view them inside the column. See for the assign to, you can see how we display the avatar, due date. You convert that with date function. Also for this status, you can see what we use format status to enum after finding the status here. From if we go into status here, you can see where inside the table we have data where we specify the status and the icon, and how we transform them with the icon. So you see the reason why we add icon to the transform, because we had to pass icons here for them. So this is the badge, and let me go to the title, and um, let me convert this to less column, and then large, we can say flex. Or let me say flex wrap. Yeah, so flex wrap is okay. So we are done with this. So what we are going to do now is to test the pagination. So I'm going to say 20, and this should load. I think pagination is working fine. And there. So I'm going to add more on this. So to view the pagination, you can just see where we pass pagination inside the data. And also this is the filter. The filter toolbar is title, assigned to, all are in this page. If you scroll, if you see the data table filter, you can see all of these components here. So you can go over it. So for the pagination, if you scroll down into data, so I'm inside the data table. So I scroll down to data pagination. You can see the pagination being passed here and everything here, about the left, right, and that. So I've been able to do a lot here. So you just go over it and you will understand everything there. So the next thing we are going to do is let's work on the filter. So this, you can hide some column. If I enable the column here from the side here from the column. So let's go ahead and show all assigned to. We have the filter, and you can see that it works. Filter is working for priority, for status is working, for status is working. And if you select any backlog, if you look at the URL, you can see it's added to the URL. If I select to do, you can see it's added to the URL. And we can clear this by clicking on clear. So let's go ahead and work on the list the assigned to and also for the project. So to handle that, let's go down to where we have the data table, filter toolbar. So I'm going to also pass loading here. So we pass in the project ID, the filters, and also the set filters, yeah, which is from the use tax table filter. So I'm going to scroll down inside here and let's get our project option and the members or assign option. So So this is going to be similar to what we did in the create tag. So we can copy that from the create tags here. So I'm going to first of all, let me bring in let's import the use workspace ID, and let's import the use project in workspace, because I'm going to import this. Then let's also bring for data. So we can copy this inside, we can quickly copy this inside the create tags. So I'm going to copy this. Let's go back to the tags and let me paste this here. And let me import members, use workspace members here. Then for the project, we can go to create tags form, and let's copy this and let's replace this with this. Then for the members, or we can call them assign, let's go to create tags form, and let me copy this over to tags table, and let's enable this, and let me paste this here. Yeah. So we're going to have to import the get avatar fallback text, also the avatar color, the avatar, import avatar from UI avatar, import image, avatar image for components UI avatar, and also avatar fallback from UI avatar. So we are done with this. So let's get assign. And I think we need to pass it here. So we have assign. So I'm going to pass in my assign options here. So let me say assign options. And let me copy this and replace it here. And let me copy the project options and scroll down to where we have project option, and you should see where we hide. If the project ID does not exist, then we are going to if there is no project ID, then we'll display this, but if not, we're going to hide this. And you can see that the filter value is splitted, and this is how we're going to select the values and on filter. So if you go into data filter here, that table, and you can look at how we implemented the whole popover, the clear filter, and also the check. Also, we also differentiate multi-select and then single select here. So you can just go through it. So now if I save, if I click on assign to, which will say John Doe. If I select big jet, we should see we should still return the tax. So we are done with listing of tax. And then the project is the last one. You can see all projects here. And if I filter by what is this project sales tracker, let me go to project sales tracker. If I select sales tracker, you should still see the project, and this is selected as well. Other, and let me clear it. So I'm going to populate this with a lot of tags so that we can look at the pagination, if press the pagination, and also be able to filter a lot of tags here. Also, lastly, and also the keyword. So let me go ahead and populate the project, the tags with a lot of data. So I've been able to add some tags, and I noticed that once I add the, it does not reload this, it does not refresh this page, because if you go, because we didn't add the let's go over to tax table, and let me scroll up. So we didn't add the invalidate query for all tags. So let's go and add that. I'm going to just copy the all tags and then workspace ID, and then let's go into um create tags form. I want to close this, and then we go to on submit. And let's also add invalidate query. I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to set this to all tags, and there to workspace ID. So let's make sure that all tags is set here and workspace ID. So I'm going to save this. And if I try to create a new task, I'm just going to create a random task test task. And let me just select other tracker, or let me select a different lead finder. Let me give it to Gendo, and let me just select any date. Let me select this to done. No, let me select this to do. Okay, let me switch this to today to ref. Set this to done and set this to high, and let me click on create. And let's wait for it to submit. I think it's showing some error, so I'm going to inspect this and see why it is showing error here. So let me go to network tab. Now let me try and submit again. Okay, it works this time. So I think it duplicates this lead finder task from a text task, and set it to done. So we need to delete one, and we can see all the tasks. So let me reload this, and the font is clear. So we can see this and all the status. So we can view this in let's view this in larger screen. And I'm going to just reload this one here. And we can see on the dashboard for sales of we have total tasks 9, overdue tasks 9. I think completed tasks. I think this is wrong here. So let's go ahead and let me go ahead and check this properly. So we have only total tasks. So let me try and inspect this. Let's inspect this, and let's make sure that this is. So let me inspect. Let me reload this for sales up, and if you click on analytics, and this is it. Okay, completed task is 2. I think we made a mistake. So we're going to let's go back and fix this because it's showing completed tasks 2 instead of 9. So I'm going to go to Workspace Analytics and let me fix that. So inside the Workspace, let me close this. Now we should see Workspace Analytics here. Oh, I think we made a mistake here. This should be overdue tax, and this should be completed tax. So let's also go to Widget Analytics, and we also did the same thing here, mistake here, overdue tax and completed tax. So if I go over to the dashboard, and you can see this is 9, 0 overdue, and 2 completed. So let's move over to view this in full screen again, and let me close this, and we can be able to go over to tags, and we can see this. I think we can create new tags so that these will have so this is 1 of 9. So let's quickly create a 2 tags, and I'm going to just quickly do that. So let me create a title for you. So create order history page, and then let me put a description. Let me select a project to order tracker, assign to, let me just pick anyone. Let me pick any date, and let me set this to be in review, or let me just set this to do and priority high, and let's save this. And it is created, and we can see that it's changed here. If I click on, so we can see the next here. If I click on next, and immediately we should see this 11 of 11, and you can see you have to click on previous to move back. We can also filter by project, so I filter by sales tracker, and only sales tracker project is being filtered, and you can see the sales tracker here. If I filter by order tracker, we can see the list of order tracker. Likewise, we can filter by assigned to John Doe and no results. I'm going to filter by build. I'm going to remove John Doe. Yeah, so we can also let's move to sales tracker, and we can see this. I'm going to filter by priority, low, low and high. Yeah, low and high. And you can also set it by status to do, and you can see everything is working fine. So let me clear. Let's reset this. So we can search for created, create, and we can see the keyword here being set to create. So I'm going to remove this, and all we show. So that is it for the filter. So we're going to go to dashboard, and let's implement the recent project, recent thousand, recent members on this page. So let's head over to our code and implement that. So navigate there, and inside this page, so let's go ahead and work on the recent project. So if you go into project, you should see recent project here. So I'm going to click on that, and let's implement this. So we're going to get the get project system from the hook. If we scroll down to where we have the hook, we have use get project, and we have use get project in workspace query. So let's cancel this, and let's go over to the recent project, and I'm going to bring it here. So let's try to import this. So I'm going to import from use get from the hook, and we have data and pending. So we're going to get the project. So from inside data, we say project equals to data, and let's remove this dummy data here. So inside the project, we're going to show inside this, we're going to show the let's show the loader. So we're going to say is pending. Then we're going to give it import. Let's import loader from Lucy React. So once you import that, you can have width 8, height 8, terminate sprint, place self center and flex, and save that. Then we can also have a display no project if the length is equals to 0. So we're going to say project length equals to 0. So we're going to have font bold, semi bold, text small, text medium, text center, py, and that's it. So if we map this project, let's convert this to let me copy this. Let's cut this, and let's return. Then we are going to get the name of created. So remember, we want to show the avatar of the user who created this project. So I'm going to show the name here. So we're going to say name is what project created by name, and we're going to get the initials and also the avatar color. So we're going to say initials is get avatar fallback text, and this should be, let's change this to project here, and let's change this to project dot, we can change this to project dot id underscore id, and let's remove this index. let's import this family folder, and mainly the last one is the avatar color. So I'm going to import get avatar color from the lib helper file. So here we're going to say project, we're going to pass in project here. So for the link, we're going to remove this and say project dot underscore id, and let's change this to project. Also the date to project. So for the dates, we are going to set this to project dot created dates, created at, and we're going to check if this, so let's say format, and we're going to import format from date function. Import that, and let's pass in project dot created as, and we're going to add in ppp 3p, and else we're going to just say no. So after we're done with it, so let's get the project, and we're going to set this. So for the avatar, we're going to set the avatar image to project was created by dot profile picture. Then we're going to also have project dot no, not created by. We're going to set this to initials, and also set the class name to avatar color. And that should be all. So let's check it out. So if we go here, we can see all of the projects created, and we can click on this to navigate to the project. So let's go back, then let's work on the recent tags. So for the recent tags, let's go into our tags folder, close this project, go into tags folder. You should see recent tags, click on recent tags here, and here we're going to first of all get the workspace ID. So let's import workspace ID. Then we're going to let's use constant, let's import use query from Tanstack query, and we're going to say query key is going to be all tags, and we're going to pass in the workspace ID. Then the query function, is going to be, we are going to import get all tags query function, and let's import this from API, and let's just pass only workspace ID because we don't have the filter to pass here. So just the workspace ID, we're going to pass in data, and it's loading. Then we can just pass in these two, and then let's get the tags. So we can get the tags there. So I'm going to remove this, and let's also remove this data here, and let's import tags type. Then for when it's loading, we can just show loader here. You can copy that from recent project. So let me import this here. So we can just import this. Then if no tags, we can just show no tags by setting tags length is equals to 0. Then we're going to show text more fonts semi-bold, place center py, and no tags created. And let's move into tasks. So inside tasks, we get the initials and everything. So we're going to see tasks assigned to dot name. Is it assigned to? Okay, yeah, I think I made a mistake. Assigned to dot name. And it should stop. So this should be underscore ID. This should be underscore. No, this should not be underscore. This should be task code. So, and this is title. And for the due date, we are going to use formats from so we're going to get it from date function. So I'm going to import this function, import format from date function here. So date function, and this is task due date and now. Then we are going to let's go down, and for the batch, we are using the tax enum, and we are passing the tax the status, and the enum is gotten from this constant here, and we're transforming this from, so we are passing tax status, which is going to be a capital letter brackets. Then we're going to transform this and remove any lines and replace it with space. Then we're going to also do for priority too. And the last but not least is the avatar. So we're going to set our source directory to tags. So, src tags dot assign to dot profile picture or empty string, and this should be changed to assign to dot name. And I think that is all. Let's go up and let's remove this and this. So let me remove this, and then if we try to check our recent tags, this should load and we can see this. So I think we need to set okay, we can leave this like this, the task code, or we can set that to capitalize, and that we change it to this is it. So this is all our tasks. Then the last but not the least we are going to work on is the recent members. So let's go and work. So inside the recent members, so let me go into recent members or members folder and click on recent member here. And inside here, we're going to get the workspace ID here. And let's import use workspace ID. And let's get use workspace. I'm going to say use, so get I think get members, workspace members here. And let's pass this and let's get the members here. So I'm going to scroll down and let's say members. Let's remove this dummy data. And these members here, we're going to also show the loader here, similar to what we did for recent tags here. And let's import loader from Lucy React. So I'm going to say save React here. And from the members, we are going to let's comment this out. Let's collapse this and let's put this and let's return and paste it. So I'll go into my recent tags and let's copy these initials here. This code here. I'm going to go into my recent member, and here we're going to paste it. So here we're going to say member dot user ID name, and let's import fallback text. So we are going to, the SaaS is going to be user ID.profile or empty string. Then this is going to be, let me remove this, and let's set this to avatar color, and this should be initials. Remember the user ID.name. Then member.row, member.row.name. And for the join date, we're going to use the format date function. So format, we're going to use format from date function. I'm going to import that here. So let me import it from date function. And you should see member join that pp and no. And I think that is all. So let's save this and let's view this. If you scroll to recent members, and this should give me all of the members here and their roles. So I think that is it for all of our projects, for everything here. So if I try to sign out and join in, like, let me sign in with admin account. Let's say Lucy Gates, login, and let me switch to sales ops. So since Lucy Gates is an admin, you can view settings or can edit or can delete, and can also add new projects. You can just call this test project, and let's click on create, and you see that it has created. Then we can see test project. If you move to dashboard, you can see a test project created by RG, and that is it. So likewise, let's try and log out and log in with our member, which is Bill Gates. I'm just going to log in with Bill Gates, and immediately let's switch to sales ops. And you see our permission is working. We can see the settings, we can see the add, and if we move here, we can see the delete project, but we can view, we can see all dashboard, we can see dashboard, and we can see all who created this project, and also tax who is assigned to tax recent member. And on the all tax page, you can see all tax. Now we can navigate, we can go the previous, and we can filter by status and other. So that is it for this video. So to deploy our project, both the backend and the front end, we are going to be using free services like Render and VCO. So, but the problem is we can't host this project using cookie session because cookie only works on the same domain or subdomain and cannot be shared across multiple domains due to browser with security restriction. So since we are using cookie and we don't have custom domain yet, we can't deploy that because it's not going to actually send any cookie. It's going to be blocked by the browser. So the alternative is to use JWT token instead. So to do that, we're going to have to modify some part of our code, removing most of the place we use cookie and session, and instead using JWT. So let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing we're going to do is to go to so I'm in my backend. Let me clear all of this. So just go to the backend, make sure you close the client first, the backend. So go to your env and let me close this. So we're going to put in JWT secrets here and expiring at here. I'm going to paste that here. So we have JWT secret, JWT expires in 1 day, and JWT secret. So save this, and what we are going to do now is let's go into our config. So before we head to the config, go to your route inside the auth route, and then we are going to set this because if you're using passport will always send session. So in order to avoid the passport to set session to which we are using to save in our cookie, we are going to set session first. So after the scope, just put session and set that to first. And this will not send session. So I'm going to copy this and go over to where we have the callback and let's also set the after the first redirect, failure redirect. So just put first there. So we've done that. So let's go into the index.txt before we go over to the config and let's comment this out. So we're not going to be using session. So let's comment passport session and also comment this out. So comment this. Let's comment the session out now. So save that and let's go over to where we have the config. So if you go into config passport.config, if you can see, we pass in the pass request to callback because we're going to make use of this request to set our JWT. So before we do that, let's scroll down to where we have I think it's here. So scroll down to where we have this local. So let's set it to false instead. So save that and think so what we're going to do is we are going to create JWT strategy here. So I'm going to close this there. And here we are going to also send JWT token here. So let's go ahead and create the JWT utils. So I'm going to go into my utils and let's create a file called jwt.txt. So if you watch my previous Node.js video, you see how I implemented JWT here. So I'm going to just copy that and paste it in. So I'm going to paste that here. So before, make sure you've installed JWT here. So if I scroll down, I think we didn't install JWT. So I'm going to quickly do that now. So let me I've opened my terminal. So let me cd into backend. And let's do npm install JSON web token. And let's install that. And let's wait for this to install. Yes, and also install the type. So npm, let me close this. So npm install, and let's paste in the type. And this should install the dependency for us for JSON web token. So let's wait for that to install. So that I've installed completely. We are going to go over to, so let's go back to JWT inside the utils, and we're going to import that. So I'm going to close all of this first. And at the top, I'm going to first of all export a type for the access type payload for the JWT token. So I'm going to paste this. So you see access type, and let's import the user documents from user model. So our JWT token is going to have the user ID in it, and this is going to be the type access T payload. And there we're going to set the type for the secret option and service and secret sign option and secret. So guys, I'm going to just do that here. So we're going to import sign option from JWT from JSON web token. And we're going to use this in a minute. So we're going to also set a default. So I'm going to say constant default. This is going to be we're going to set the sign option, and let's open it. I'm going to say audience. So this is going to be the options. So I'm going to set this to user. Then we are going to export we're going to set the type, the config. So I'm going to go into the config, go into app config, and let's make sure we have set our JWT here. So inside the app config, I'm going to just copy that and paste it inside here. So I'm going to just put it down and let's paste it here. So this is JWT secrets and then the default value here. So if you've done that, just go back to JWT, and inside there we're going to get it from the config. So I'm going to say export constant. I'm going to say access token sign option. This is going to be, now this access token sign option is going to be of type sign option secret. And let's just open it. So we're going to have expire in. You can see that expire in. We're going to have config.jwt. So let's import config from app.config.jwt expire in. And then we're going to have the secret and JWT secret. So just save that. Then we're going to sign JWT here. So I'm going to call a function sign JWT token, and it's going to have the payload, which is the access token payload, the user ID, and then this will have constants. This is the option, and the option is of type secret option. You can see that the secret options and I mean sign options and secrets. And then we're going to destructure the options. If you hover option, you can see that if you destructure it, you can have the secrets and the options. And then we can say, oh, you just get this from here. Then now we're going to sign the JWT. So sign, we pass in the payload, which is the user ID, we pass in the secrets, and here these are the options which you can also set if you want. But the default one is I think default one is okay, this is default one. Then we have the sign and secret. So this is the secret here. So I'm going to import JWT here. So this is it. So we are done with it. So we are going to get this signed JWT, and let's go into our config, passport or config. And we are going to do that first for the Google. So remember, if you are signing with Google, Google is going to set, passport is going to set session. So since we've set that to first, we're going to use session. You're going to use the JWT tokens here. So I'm going to say constant JWT is going to equal to, so let's import the signed JWT token from JWT. And once you've done that, you're going to open this, and let's pass in user ID. So user ID is going to be gotten from user underscore ID. And then in order to set this, send it to so we can access it. If you try to do this like this, you're going to have problem. We're going to have problem with others here. We're going to have a lot of problems. So instead, I'm just going to leave the user here and just say request and set my own here. JWT is equals to JWT. And this should fix the issue. I think we need to set the type for this. So I'm going to go into my type. Yes, let's go into the type and let's set that. So go into types inside index.type, and we're going to add this to the requests. So interface request JWT. And if you don't that, the error should stop. So once we've done that now, we are done with it. So let's go below here and let's set up our JWT strategy here. So I'm going to scroll down, and there we're going to set our interface, and we're going to say JWT payload. We're going to say the payload is going to be user ID, which is going to be string. And let's set the options here, constant options. And this is going to be strategy options. So I'm not going to be using a request here. So I'm going to just say strategy option, and let's import this. No, it's not from Google Auth. So I'm going to import that from passport JWT. And let's confirm also we install passport JWT. So I'm going to go into my package.json. And I think we didn't install that. So let's install passport JWT. So I'm going to open my terminal, and let's say npm install passport JWT. And let's wait for this. So that was installed. So let's also install the type. So I'm going to say types passport JWT, and that should install. So let's wait for that. So it has installed completely. So let's go back to let me go back to the config, passport config, and let's import the passport and also import strategy. So similar to how we did for Google and local. So I'm going to import that. You can see strategy as JWT strategy, extract JWT and strategy option. So this I'll stop. So then let's open this. But be equals to. So here we're going to have JWT from request. It's going to be extract JWT dot from. So you can see we have so many extractors here. So I'm going to say header, auth header as bearer token. And let's say secret or key. This is going to be config. So make sure to import config dot JWT secrets. Audience is going to be user. Algorithm, just going to set this. So let's set this to H5 HS256 HS256. And once you've done that, now let's say passport dot use. I will say new JWT strategy. We're going to pass in the options here. So let's say as async coming payload. So payload is going to be equals to JWT payload. And we're going to also say comma done. Let's pass in the done function. Then we're going to open this. And once you're done, let's use our try or catch. And then let's do constants. So we're going to get the user now. Constants user await. Let's put equals to here. And let's say await find find user. I think we did this here. Let me open local. Okay, this is verify. Okay, so we're going to create a service for this. So I'm going to call this find user by ID service. So let me just paste it here. And let's pass our payload or user ID. I'm going to say if not user, then we're going to just return done null and false. Then if there's a user, then we're going to just return done and user. Else, if we have an error, we catch an error, we're going to just return error and false. And then lastly, let's come down below here and let's create a middleware where we're going to pass to all of our routes. We're going to call this passport auth JWT. And we're going to call this passport dot authenticate. We're going to specify here to be JWT. And then we're going to also set this to session first. So make sure to save that. And I think that's it. We're going to use that later on. So let's go ahead and create a service because we're done with our JWT. So I'm going to go into let's go into our auth service. So going to service, going to auth. So we're just going to just create a simple function. So I'm going to just scroll down. Let's just comment all of this, verify user, and let's just paste it here. So I'm going to say export constant find user ID service async. We'll pass in the user ID. Then we can find the user. If not, we just send it not. Or if there's a user, we just send user. So we're going to also set false password false to avoid it to return the password. So I'm just going to copy this and let's go into our passport config and let's import this immediately. So once we are done, so we are done with our JWT. Now let's go ahead and use this passport auth. So just copy this passport auth authenticate JWT And let's go to our index.txt and let's quickly replace all of this. Where we have is authenticate using the session. It's authenticate middleware, and let's replace it with this. So I'm going to just passport authenticate JWT, and let's import that from config. Paste this, paste this, paste this here, and just paste this here. So let's save that. So lastly, we're going to go into our auth route. Let's go into our auth route, and where we have Google call login callback. So let's go into there, and you should be brought into the auth controller. So here we're going to modify this. So since we're going to modify, so I'm going to scroll down here, and let's say JWT is equals to, can get that from our request.jwt, and let us say JWT. If not JWT, we can just replace it. If not JWT, then we redirect to first. Then we are going to also okay, so since we are going to have to we're finding a way for the clients to get the JWT, and we are using Google sign in here. So I'm thinking that we should add the JWT to the URL. If there's a better approach to this, you can put that in the comment section. So I'm going to comment this out, and I'm going to just use this config.fallback frontend callback URL. So I'm going to just do that here. And if you see all I did, I put status here to success, access token to JWT, and then current workspace to the current workspace. So this is the way I was thinking can work for this. But if you think there's a different way to do this, is to avoid putting the access token to the URL, just put that in the comment section. So once we have done that here, we are done with the Google login callback. So I'm going to scroll down to our login controller. So for the login, we're going to make some changes here. So instead of using this request login from session, I'm going to just comment this out. And instead, we're going to just go constant access underscore token. It's going to be equals to sign JWT token. And let's pass in the user ID. And we can just get the user ID here like this. Okay. So yes, if we got that, then we're going to pass it to the user. So we're going to just return request. You can just copy this here. The return, I'm going to just paste here. Login successfully, access token. We can pass the user. We might not use it. We're not going to even use the user here. Or we're going to use it here. We're going to use it to get the asset, the current workspace. So let's put it here. So I'm going to save that. And I think that you can leave the logouts. Yeah, so I think that is it. So let's go ahead and test this out. Let's go ahead and test this. So let's run the server and make sure everything is working. So npm run dev. So my postman, I'm going to try to log in first. So I think we should wait for the database to be connected. So database is connected. So let's try this out and see if access token is working. So I'm going to click the access token and the user information here without the password and the current workspace. So this is working. So let's check for the current user to make sure everything is working. So I'm going to copy this, the access token. Let's go to get current user. And let's go and select bearer token here. So I'm going to paste it inside here. And let's try and get a current user. And then we can get a current user. This is great. Lastly, let's test for our workspace or use our workspace because we are logging with Gendo. So I'm going to select bearer token, scroll up, and I think let me replace this to make sure. And let me send. And there is it. There you go. See, everything is working very fine. So we are done with setting up and replacing cookie with JWT. So let's head over to the client side to update that too. So I'm going to close the backend and let's open the client. So to handle the client, we are going to use we're going to find a way to store in the JWT. So to store in the JWT, we are going to be using Zustand. So I have a course on a course. I'll put the link. I have a video. The link is going to be in the description to explain how Zustand work. So I'm not going to really go details on how Zustand works. So Zustand is simply storing, helping to store your access token to your local storage or session storage. It's similar to Redux, using Redux, but it's more easier than Redux. So what we're going to do is to go in and let's install that. So I'm going to go to my package.json and let's install it. So I've already installed that. You can see that Zustand. So just install Zustand in your terminal and you should have this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a store here. Let me create a store. But you can use Zustand in hooks. You can make it easy. So I just want to go to the not a simple flow. So I'm going to just try to set it up here. So I'm going to just click on store.ts. So I'm going to create store and let's also create selector. So for the selector, I'm going to copy some code here and paste that. So to get this code, you can just go to my GitHub. Go to my GitHub. Let me open that here. If you go to Tech with Email, YouTube YT, if you go and scroll down to where we have, just find, because this is not going to be in the repo. So just scroll down to where we have Zustand focus. So click on Zustand focus. Once you click on that, just scroll down to SLC and this should open. So go to store and you should see selectors here. So go into selectors and just copy it because everything here is similar to this. So inside here, you can also go into the store.tx and I'm going to also copy this here. So because I'm going to be storing this into session storage. So that's what I'm going to do. So let's go into our store and let me copy it. I'm going to just paste it inside here. So we're going to import some of these tools. Yeah. So we're going to install the dev tools. No, dev is going to be coming from Zustand, so there's no point installing dev tools. So I'm going to import this from Zustand. So let me just get that from Zustand here. You can see dev tools and persist. And create, we're going to also import create for Zustand. So we're going to also get the create selector from selector. And now it's remaining these two and these two. So let's fix this. So I'm going to go to the top and let's say type user. I don't think we need to store the user. We don't need to store the user details. So I'm going to say type auth states. And this is going to be access token. And it's going to be string or no. You can just set the user to no. You can choose to set the user if you want, but I'm not going to set the user. So I'm going to just say clear set access token and then clear access token. So once we've done that, we're going to create our slice. So constant create auth slice. This is going to be of type state creator. So state creator, we're going to import out from Zustand. And this is going to have a type of auth states. And let's set it to set. So let's set access to default value for access token is null. Then the default, we're going to set the state. Yeah, so set access token, and set is going to be access token the state. So if we use this function, we're going to pass in token and token will be set. So this set will set the token for us. Then likewise to clear it, we're going to similarly do the same thing here. So clear is going to be clear like this. So let's just set the user to know so that so to stop this error. Then if you want to set the user, you can simply do the same thing like this to set user. But since I'm not going to be using user, so I'm going to just remove this, and you can set the type. So there's a type store type is going to be equals to auth state, and they should stop. You can do that with other types here if you have other states. So once you are done with this, we are done. So let's install this package. So I'm going to go into my package.json and let me check if I've installed this. Yeah, I've installed it. So just try and install this. You're going to say npm. Let me open a new terminal here. We can just let me go away from the backend and navigate to the clients. And you can just say npm install you can use in version 10.1.1 and they should install. So I already installed that. So I'm going to import that from Zustand middleware. So let me just go into store and we're going to import that from Zustand middleware here. And that should fix our error. So if you still don't get how to use Zustand, no worries. You can just check the YouTube channel and you should see in the link in the description, you should see a link to the video that will teach you full course on how to use Zustand, an alternative to Redux. So now let's go into our lib folder, into our API, not API, as used clients, and we are going to modify this to set the access token to the request. So now we are going to also let's comment this out. We are not going to use this. So let me comment this out here. And since this is API interceptor response, we are going to create a new one called API dot interceptor dot request dot use. And at this point is where we're going to set our set our JWT or access token. So what we're going to do, we're going to say config. We're going to configure this. And we're going to say constant access token is going to be equals to use store. So we're going to get use store from inside our store. Remember, we set the use store base with the dev2, and remember this persist here is important because that's what is going to persist our data into the store, into the local storage or session storage. And then we're going to wrap this with use selector so we can use this to get the access token user or other things you store in there that you set here. So I'm going to go into my access client and let's say use storage, get not from Zustand, get out from store/store. And we're going to just say dot get. So we have a function here, say dot get state dot access token. and then we can access the access token here. So we're going to just say, so let me close here. If access token, we're going to say config dot headers. We are going to put on authorization. It's going to be equals to, we can say Liberia token like this. This is fine, this is okay. Then let's return the config, and that is it. So we are done with it. You can leave all of this like that. It doesn't have any effects. So I think everything is okay. So now we can go ahead and so let's go ahead and store this store set our access token. So the first place we're going to do, we can do that in the login. So let's go into sign in. Sign in, and so our auth sign in. So inside here we can do that. So below here we're going to, let's call this as a constant. We're going to get the use store. So please import use store from store/store, not from Zustand. Not here, but the second one, store/store. And let's get the set access token. So I'm going to copy this, and let's go down to where we have on success, where we have the data.user. So what we're going to do, we're going to also get the access token. So say constant.access token is going to be equals to data.access underscore token. So this is going to throw some error. So we need to go over to our API. So go into your lib folder, go to API, and where we have, go to where, scroll up to login, the login response. So go into here and let's set this here. So let's say access token string. We can save that. So let's go back to sign in. And if you're going to use the user data which we got from the response, you can just add the name and email from here. So I'm going to just go back to where we have this, and then let's set our access token here. So let me remove this console, and let me just set the access token here. Yeah, so we've been able to set it here. So if you log in now, you should be able to have the access token being set. Before we go ahead and test that, I want to also fix for the Google OAuth. So remember we've added the, if you go over to backend, if you go to our auth controller auth for Google login callback, you should see that we set in the callback, we have success, access token, and also the current workspace. So we're going to have to go over to our clients and let's modify this. We can modify this instead of setting Google OAuth failure. We can just remove the failure there. So now we will use this to handle both success and failure. So I'm going to just remove this failure and let's change this to Google OAuth. And let's go to our route. Come on, I think routes, yes. And let's change this to Google OAuth and let's replace this to Google OAuth. That's fine. So let's go into our Google OAuth now. And what we are going to do, we are going to get the params, the query params. So I'm going to say query, use search param. So let's import that from React Router DOM. And this is param. Then we are going to we can get the status. I don't think I even need the status here. I'll just get the access token. So to make sure access token is being set, and also the current workspace. So parent does get access token and current workspace. So we say React dot use effects. I think let's import React. I'm going to move this up too. And then we are going to just say, let's put an empty array here. And let's check if if access token, then we can set the let's set access token. So we're going to get that from the use store. So I'm going to get use store here. So let me bring it down here. And let's import use store from store/store. And let's set access token here. And then we can also say if current workspace, then we can navigate the user to the current workspace, else we just redirect the user to log in. And let me just change this to slash. So we redirect the user to workspace/current workspace else this, and let's add in the dependency here. So update all of this. So let's save that. If not, it's going to just show if there's no access token, remember it's just going to just fall back to the field here, and this will redirect the user. We can click on this to take us back to login. So I think that is all. Lastly, we have the logout. So let's go into our sidebar, go into logout dialog, and inside the logout dialog, we're going to get in the store. So constant, say use store from /store, and let's get clear access token. And if you scroll down, I think here, is that we can just say clear access token. So I think that is it. Let's just save this and let's try this out. So let's run our client server. So I'm going to run this out. So let me say npm run dev. And let's wait for it to run. So this has started. So I'm going to just let me open my thing. And let's go to localhost. So we're going to first of all try with login, and then we're going to try with Google. So let me try with Google login now. So I'm going to click on login, and let me inspect this so we can see if the session was set, or not session, I mean the access token was set. So I'm going to go into my application. Let's click on application here inside the inspect. So make sure to select session storage, and you can see that it has already set this to session storage, access token, and user data. Note, session storage does not have a maximum size, large size to store data. So I'm just going to use it to just store access token because access token is not large. So I'm going to try and log in. So let me click on login, and we can see this login is successful. If you look at it, you can see that, and we can access a current user, virtual user for us. And if you go into application, if you go into state, you can see the access token was being set here. So that is it. So if I click here and I go into, this is sales up engineering core, we can see all of the data which we have here. So I'm going to close this, and then we can see everything is working fine. And since Jodo is not an admin, he can't see the settings page. So you see everything works fine. So I'm going to try to log out, and let's test with Google. So let's log out, and we've navigated here. If you try to access this, it's taking us back to login. So let me try with Google. And so I'm going to select my account, and just look at the URL. You should see that we have So you can see it was redirect us to the current workspace. And then we are done with modifying our code. So let's go ahead and start to deploy this to where we're going to host it. So I'm going to create two different uh repo which I've created here. You can see one. I've called this master back and B2B team sync frontend, and also here I have the one I set as backend. So I'm going to push both of them, and then we're going to first of all deploy that with Visil. We're going to deploy that with Visil first. Then before we will deploy the backend using render. If you click here, you can see just go to render.com. Render is a place to host your backend services. I just click on dashboard to sign up. Already logged in already. You should see I'm already logged in. I have a workspace here, and you can see some of the things that I've already set up with this. So let's first of all um, push our clients, then can set up with Visio, then push the backend. So I'm going to clear all of this. So make sure to delete any GitHub git you have in this code. So I'm just going to so I'm done with that. So if we go into our clients, I have a file called Visio.json. So you need to create that since you are hosting a client on Visio. So to do that, you're going to just put this code here, rewrite source destination index.html, and this will help us to fix the problem with React Router on Visio. Try to access a page, and Visio is going to be redirect that page to redirect us to 404. So this will tell Visio that once we try to access a different page, you just forward to index.html. So that is it. So let me go into my clients. Let me stop the server. So I've stopped the server for the clients, and let's do git init. Yeah, so we're going to say git add. Let me clear. And then we're going to commit our code. So I'm going to commit that using the Visio, using the VS Code. So I'm going to just select uh first commit or begin project anyone. I'm going to commit that. Then let's go back to where we have our GitHub repo. So I'm going to scroll down and let me set this to main branch. Let's also add the origin. And let's also push this to main branch. And this will push my clients to the repo. Yeah, so that is it. So let me reload this. And then this is it. So let's go into, I'm going to just go into my Visio. And let me create a new project here. Also remember we have env with the base your API URL. So we're just going to just copy the API. We're going to review this later on. So let's just copy the Visio API base URL empty and just add it there. So I'm going to import this. Sync issue imports. Why is it taking time? Okay, yeah, it has imported this. So now project name, we can just set it to team sync. Yeah, team sync. You can just see team sync here. Then this way is invite of it. Then environment variable, you can just always set this. Later on, we're going to deploy it again. And then let's deploy this. So it's deploying. So let's wait for this. You can see the branch took it from the main branch. and this is installing. We can see that it's building it for production. I think it said deploying. Okay, yeah, that's deploy code. So let me try and access. Okay, yeah. So let's continue to dashboard, and we can click on. Let's click on the. So if you click on this part here, team sync, we can access this here. You can also change the domain for this if you don't like domain. Just go into settings, domain. You can edit this domain and change it if you want. So I'm just going to leave it like this. So this is working fine. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to use this domain to replace our env. So I'm going to go into my backend. So let me close this. Go into backend env. Yeah, let's just replace localhost 8,000. No, let's leave localhost 8,000. Let's replace this with this, and also let's replace this with this. So the client side, we're going to just replace this with this. I'm going to just remove this, and I think that is all. So let's go ahead and then push this to our backend repo. So I'm going to open my terminal, and let me close this. Let me end my backend server, and let's do git init, git add, and let's commit this. So I'm going to just quickly commit that here. So let me commit the backend. Okay. So I've done that. So let's push this. Before we push this, I'm going to just change the branch to main. Then add the remote origin. And once you've done that, we're just going to we're going to push this here. Let's push it to main. And this should push. Yeah. So this has pushed at it. I think the env. Oh yeah, yeah. So let me reload this. And we can see that our backend is being set. So let's go ahead and then do that in render. So I'm going to go to render, and we're going to create a new service. So remember, just make sure to log into your render. Let me close this one and close this one. Let's close this one. Yeah. And then this is, so let me click on new. We are going to web service. So let's wait for it to load. So yeah, they will ask us to select a GitHub provider. So I'm using my team with Emma. Well, this is now where I push the code and use public, and let's see if this will work. But you can go ahead and just connect it direct. You can go ahead and connect because you've not connected to GitHub. So just connect with GitHub. So let me try and use the public repo, and let's see if it will work. So I'm going to just paste this and connect. And let's see it was so okay. It's able to get the data, the name of the repo. So I'm just going to change it. Let's set this to API dash teamseek or teamseek backend. Then I'm going to just scroll down to where we have main branch. Then this should be empty. So we need to change the build command from npm install. So we are using Typescript, and you should know that production mostly we install only the dev dependency, and we need to also install the dependency. So it's not going to install the dev dependency because it's not going to do that. So we need to be able to set the build, tell it to install the dev dependency so it can compile our TypeScript to JavaScript and then access start our command from this folder. So I'm going to go into this folder, and if you not into this, sorry guys, just going to package.json. If you scroll up, you should see node list index.jx. So this is what we are going to supposed to set here. So I'm going to just copy this and paste this here. Then here we are going to have to replace this with this. So I'm going to say npm install dash the production first. So we're going to set production to first and npm run build. So it will build our code, then access JavaScript inside this folder. So let's select free. So select free services so you don't get asked you to pay. So here we need to import our environment variable. So I'm just going to click on add from env. So I'm going to choose a file. So I'm going to just import that for my backend, and I'm going to select the env, and you can see everything as a source. So I'm going to add them, and then from the port, let me just remove the ports. Development, we can set it to production, or we can even remove this. Let me just remove this. So Mongo UI, share the way to secrets. So you can use the better secret here. Okay. Google ID, Google client, Google callback URL. So we're going to replace this uh with the password that is going to generate it for us. So once you do that, we're going to rebuild this again. But the front end origin is correct. A front end Google callback is correct. So let's deploy and then let's see if this built. So I'm going to just click on deploy web service, and this should deploy our code. So let's go down to see the log. Yeah, so it's running our command. You can see it's copied our package adjacent to this folder. Yeah, uploading build. Yeah, build successfully. And then deploying our code. So let's copy. You can see the parts here. So we're going to copy this and let's go ahead and edit. Once it deploys successfully, then we go ahead and edit our env. So you can see that it has connected to MongoDB database. So before we go to our client side, let me open this and let's go into our environment, and let's scroll down to where we have, let's look for where we have the Google, I think it's Google, yeah, Google callback, yes. So let's edit this. So I'm going to click on edit here, and let me scroll down to where we have Google callback. Let's replace this with the new API render API parts. So you can see API teamseek dash random number with on render.com. So we're going to save that and deploy it again. So make sure everything here is correct. So once we do that, so let's save and rebuild this. Save, rebuild, and deploy. So once it is deploying, let's go over to our client. So let's go back to the log and let's see. You should see that it's going to deploy that. So let's go over to Visio and let's go back to settings. Go back to project settings. Click on environment variables. So what we're going to do is let's add it by ourselves. So I'm going to put in the API slash API here, the part slash API. Let's go to our client and then let's go to env. Let's copy vit space URL. So copy that, paste this here, and let's save this. And this should add. So let's go over to deployment, and let's redeploy this. So I'm going to click on redeploy, use redeploy, and this should redeploy our code, our branch again. So let's check our render if our render is built. Yeah, so our service is live. So lastly, let's copy these parts and let's go into our Google Cloud console cloud or Google, because we will not be able to access Google if we don't add this new API paths. So go into your team seek which we've created. Let's go into our API and services, and let me click. Okay, I think it is here. Let me scroll. Let me click on the sidebar, and let's open this. And you should see credentials. So click on credentials. Let me close this and click on web clients. So once that has opened, just scroll down to where we have this. So I'm going to add a new URI. So this is a different one that I use. I think I can remove this one. I think that is the wrong one. So let me just put this new one we did here. And let me copy API auth Google callback and let's paste this here. Let's see what is this. Okay, yeah, sorry. Put slash here. So this is it. API auth Google callback, and let's save this. And this will update so we can be able to access Google with this part, this API part. So that I've saved. So let's check our VCU. Our VCU as install as deploy complete. Click on the domain itself. So now let's try and log in. So I'm going to log in with John Doe. Let me get the password from login secure password 123. So I'm going to paste it here. Let me inspect. So to make sure that all of this is working fine, application and network. So let me click on login, and it work. It work. Great, great, great. So let's check our application, and we should see access token is being stored. So this is it. So let me change this to a different workspace, to engineering core. So I'm going to log out from Jendo. I noticed I made a mistake in the part. I used a different Google Client ID, and I made a mistake with the domain with the Mongo URI. So that's the reason you were seeing a different one. So I've corrected the Mongo URI, but the client ID is still the same. So let's just test that. If I log in again with John Doe, you should be able to see the right data. So if you click here, you can see sales up, and sales up should be the one that has the data. And then we can see the correct data which we used. And if you go into engineering core should be the one that is empty. Yeah. So that is it. So let me log out from Gendo and let me try with the Google account. So I'm going to click on login with Google, and then this should just take me straight to Google. And then I'm going to just select an account, and then you can see that it has redirected me to the current workspace. You can see that it works fine. So that is it for the deployment. So make sure to like, share, subscribe, comment your thoughts in the description, and also join the membership, which we're going to see exclusive content. The link to join the membership is going to be in the description.